What? Can't you become an Eagle Scout when you're like fucking 16 or some shit? Am I wrong on that? I don't actually. I guess I don't really know. I thought you only needed like a certain number of merit badges or some shit. I feel like I did Boy Scouts for a little bit when I was in school, but I don't remember. The average age of an Eagle Scout is 17. Sorry. Wow, thanks, dude.
Love you.
Love you. That was kind of weird.
Subtext. It's bullshit, pardon my French. That we're supposed to go, oh yeah, of course, because of money. Jeepers. I didn't expect her to openly admit it's not about money or success for them. What really is this about then? I think maybe Leth just wants the attention. She sure wants attention with her looks. That's why she's got bright-colored hair and makeup. She's peacock. And Kate Leth also wants attention on Twitter. That's why she's pushing these leftist diversity agendas. But at the end of the day, she doesn't really care about the art of this. The movies, the comics, the TV shows, and their stories.
Oh, yeah.
Those things are...
Tell us about art.
Hey.
I can't believe somebody this stupid can get so many fucking listeners. This is mind-blowing to me. Holy shit. What's happening? Hey, what's up? When are you learning Varus? Fuck that shit. Does anybody here have a priority pass card from Chase? Apparently Chase will get you a priority pass card, but I don't know like what level of membership it starts you off at, or if it even does, if it just gives you the ability to buy membership. Does anybody have any idea, or does anybody know what I'm talking about? Did I wake up? I don't know, a little bit ago? I said I was going to bed early last night, didn't I? Oh my god, I just killed that shit. Fuck. If you put actuators on the mud blocks, you can farm them much easier. Can you explain what you mean by that? Have I beat the wall of flesh yet? No. I don't even know what actuators are. Oh. So you already, so does this mean that you have access to like all the normal lounges then? So like if I go and look up, like find a lounge, if I want to look up like lounges in these airports or some shit, I have access to all of this? Are any of these like any good? Is this like some dank ass shit? Why would you want it? Well, I think it comes automatically with my chase card. The Sapphire Reserve shit. Do you think I can actually make it up there? Oh no, wait, of course we can. Wait, or can we? Fuck. No, I can't. Wait, yes we can. Blood Moon shouldn't change the type of fish we can catch, right? Can you ×2 this and tell me what to think? Oh, god damn it. I have 3 hours to catch this fucking fish.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Please put your hands together for Matt Dillahunty.
I'm not gonna get it with the Blood Moon.
Hey! Hi! Oh. Doing the standard performance, just sit down and have a conversation with George. Absolutely. And I'll tell you ahead of time, right, I'm not going to waste a lot of your time because I want to get to the thing that you're here for. We're basically going to sit here and have a conversation. We met...
Alright, I don't care. build a bunker on yourself. Yeah. I have 1 hour. Wait, even if I get it, I have to turn it in time, right? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do this. Oh shit! Run, 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 run! Oh, never mind, we got it. Which card do you get? I've got the Chase Sapphire Reserve, I think is the best Chase card I have. And then I've got a few of the ink cards. 2 different ink business cards. Wait. Fish. Wait, does this replace my... Oh no, it doesn't. Cute. Okay. Detects hooked fish. Sure, why not? Okay. Make sure you transfer all those juicy points into the reserve account. Points are worth more on that account? Wait, what do you mean? Really? Wait, do you have a link that says this? So you're saying that if I'm redeeming points, that if I redeem it on any of my other cards, it's worth less than if I redeem it on the Chase account? I don't believe you. Have I been fucking myself? I would take advantage of the global entry / TSA pre-check. Yeah, I was going to, but there's no interview places near me, unfortunately. What am I doing? Oh, next fish. I think we've already caught this once before. We just have to fish from honey. If I put a bunch of honey in jars, or do you need buckets? You have to go to the redemption site, so probably, but they sort of spell it out for you here. It's the 50% more travel redemption part on the bottom. I think I already do this, but I think it was just by luck. I wasn't aware of that. Listen, Harkton, I like my chase points because they're super easy to earn and they're super flexible, okay? For your American Star Wars points, it's like, okay, well, if you get the right points and then you book a flight 17 months in advance and you use like 15 different alternate websites, you can route your points up by transferring them in 15 different ways across 7 different airlines so that ultimately you'll end up saving a ton of money on a first-class flight that leaves at 2 a.m. from an airport 3 cities away from you. Like, listen, the chase points are super fucking easy. They work with like a million different airlines, okay? This is fake news. Okay, show me a flight to Seattle in 2 weeks, Dan, using the American Express points. That's a good flight. From Omaha to Seattle in 2 weeks. So show me what you got, okay, buddy? Find the best one you can find. Let's see it. Bucket. How do you make a bucket? 3 iron bars. Are you still up from last night? Nope. $20 buckets? That's enough. Sure, why not? Fuck it, actually, never mind. Let's go big. Domestic redemption is the worst value ever. You save it for, yeah, see, this is what I mean, right? Yeah, like I do a ton of domestic travel, and now it's gonna, well, you redeeming any points for domestic travel is really bad. You're only supposed to do it for international flights. It's like there's like 50 million qualifiers in your shit. Like 95% of my air travel is gonna be domestic. Like, isn't most of your international shit paid for? Fuck no. I don't do that sponsor shit. Wait, what was my last international? Oh, I guess maybe it is actually. Never mind. I guess I don't really think about it. How the fuck am I supposed to get over there? Look at this goddamn fucking massive arena. Are you consider driving to Seattle? Fuck that shit. It'd be like 2 days worth of driving. And they even using XPG points towards hotels would be better values than domestic flights. Yeah, but I don't need like a massive fucking hotel, dude. Wait, what? Where are these honey buckets going? Am I fucking blind? Oh, I see. Never mind. It's overflowing. Okay. Just go on a bus, load up my Greyhound. Is this a jungle in the back? Did I jungle biome this place? Is there something that tells you the biome you're in? I think I did. Quack.
Hey Density,
What?
how you doing? Bonus meme, fuck.
I don't think I've ever heard that noise before in this game. I'm doing great, dude. Thanks for asking. Kyle made all these goddamn chests and didn't fucking label them. That's yeah, different tiers. You can get an average room, which will cost $300 a night for 4,000 SPG points. Yeah, but like when I travel, I'm not doing anything in the room. I mean, like, what do you do in rooms? You have sex in them and then you sleep in them. I don't need like an amazing fucking room for that. Maybe upgrading a little bit for a jacuzzi is nice, but if I travel, I'm usually out and about. Where's my mud at? I thought I had a whole bunch of fucking dirt blocks or some shit somewhere. Oh wait, it's probably maybe up here. Didn't break. Oh, I like that better. There we go. No, 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 no. Okay. Destiny. What's up, SDMG? Are you playing with mods? Nope. Nope. Wait, did I fuck up? Why is nothing happening? That's a way too small? Does it have to be a certain size to fish in it? How much water do you need to actually catch a fish? You ever gone to Minecon before? Nope. I'll go to Minecon. Why would I go to Minecon? Just to see. Are you a sexy girl? If you are, then I'll go to Minecon. Okay, buddy. If you want to hang out. Stop acting like you're doing some cookie bullshit. Okay, what about this? Is this enough? You need 50 tiles of honey? 75 connected tiles of liquid are needed to work. Oh, 50 for honey. Why are you fucking serious? Is this enough? 1, 2, 3. No, there's no way this is enough. I mean, I had 50 pots of honey. This isn't gonna work. I should have gotten the fish first before. Fuck. That league idea is not gonna go through. And looking at the posts in the subreddit are making me very fucking sad. A bunch of people are complaining about the alternate roles and shit. And they're saying shit that is like unironically fucking hilarious. Like, well, I don't want to queue up. If I queue up and I just get my other role, I'm just going to troll because I'm not going to care. Because if my main rank, if my main elo is diamond and my off role is gold, I'm not going to take that game seriously because I'm going to be in gold league on that account and I don't give a fuck on that role. That's bullshit. And it's like totally missing the problem, right? And it's like, okay, well, if your off role elo with you tryharding is literally fucking gold league, I don't want to fucking play with that goddamn role in my fucking diamond game, you fucking inhuman, you subhuman inbred piece of shit. Holy fuck. Reading some of those threads is making me so irritated. Fuck me, dude. Ranked Q is so fucking cancerous in League. Holy shit. I'll take any changes that reduce my 20-minute queue times. Holy shit, are you like a challenger? No, you're not. I don't even think challengers have 20-minute queue times right now. Wait, what? Get out of here, you little cuck. You little cuck, cuck, cuck. Oh, wait. I'll keep you, buddy. Okay, let's get this fish real quick before we... Do you think I mined too much and now there's not 50 blocks here? Wait, what? No, there's gotta be 50 blocks here. Wait, why am I not catching anything? What the fuck is going on? Oh, you have bait? I'm supposed to be fishing in honey. Oh. 8, 9, 10. There's definitely 50 blocks here. I don't think you can catch anything if you're standing in the honey. Wait, what? Why? That's so arbitrary. Oh, okay, never mind. I don't know why that would change anything, but... What the fuck is this fucking fish? Thank you. This is the post I was reading actually. If you're not able to take a game seriously that's gone the slightest bit off your planning, you should take a deep breath and look at your attitude and flame the rank changes. I'm not worried about myself, but you're delusional if you think people will care about the off role as much as they care about their main role. If you think the rate of trolling won't escalate with these changes, fine. But I believe we'll see a lot more. Who cares? This isn't my main role, lol. People already troll sometimes when they get autofilled, even if their tanks... I don't care about honeyfin. Wait, did I already catch this fish? Oh, nope, there it is. Hold on. You are scaring the fish. You clearly know nothing about it. You aren't even supposed to cast a shadow on the water, you pleb. Don't ever shit-talk fishing again, Destiny. That's a 1,024-hour ban right there. Unless you link me your fishing license right now. there an enemy in here? Do you think that's big enough to catch fish in yet? Fuck. Fuzzy carrot. Summons a rideable bunny mount. Oh. Fast as fuck, boy. Oh, it comes with one double jump. Alright, what, I like my bumblebee mount. Yeah, okay. If you're not able to take things seriously, that's going to that's not the point. Imagine being forced to play a normal game once every 5 ranks. Now this normal game for you is actually ranked for others, but you play off-roll and the rank does not matter to you, so it could just well be a normal game. Implying that people don't off-roll already take the game that seriously. Like, this is how people act. Like, oh, dude, the worst part about ranked in League is that people don't play like they actually want to win. Like, when I go into, like, queues, I get scared even, like, recommending champions. Like, you'll see, like, some dude queue up some boosted-ass bullshit that they've played, like, 2 fucking games on. And it's like, hey, dude, you know, if you picked something that wasn't fucking trash, we would have a really good chance of winning. Like, if you say shit like that in nicer ways in like, ranked chat, like, people will actually, like, literally troll pick you. They're like, wait, you want me to play that? Well, now I'm going to play fucking Teemo Jungle. Just because you said so. It's like, okay, dude, all right. Fuck that shit, dude. Fuck the kids that fucking play ranked in this fucking game. All right, we're expanding this whole area. We need a better planning area. Dustin, I got married. You didn't even just get me anything you cuckler do. Good job, Worst GG. I'm proud of you for getting married, dude. Making society a better place. It's like people will pick Widowmaker and Hanzo. Yeah, pretty much. Just want to take this moment to thank you again for the Sennheiser headphone giveaway last year. Game Zeros are still going strong. Oh wow, good job, buddy. Here's a photo of me and my wife after the party. Or at the after party. Nice job. You guys look very happy.
EU friendly wowie.
Fuck off. It's for my early American bros. Don't misunderstand this. Don't misinterpret this. What is the best type of tile to use for like a planty area? What are we thinking? This is your average league player.
He said, "Tell Ali I love him."
How did you... Wait, how are you accepting people?
I don't know. I just accepted them.
Don't accept...
How is everybody in Gross Gore's family hot as fuck? Holy shit, you notice that? Or at least all of the of-age people are. Living wood is cute? Okay, how do you get living wood? There are no of-age people? Wait, are all of his sisters underage? No fucking way. I wasn't talking about the fucking 9-year-old that was on the couch. Fuck you guys. Find a living wood tree chest. It cannot be crafted. Oh. It can be placed using a living wood wand. His oldest sister's like 15 or 16? Wait, no fucking way. Wait, are you telling me that all the girls besides his mom in this clip are underage? This chick is underage?
You're good looking, so in life you're always gonna have some sort of income, right? If you're ugly and dumb, you're pretty much fucked. But you've got that's it. No, I know it's not nice, but it's being study hard now, baby. Layla lost.
She's 16? Oh yeah, of course. She's super fucking ugly, dude. Ugh. Just looking at her makes me cringe at how fucking gross she looks. Alright, we're done looking at this stuff. Wait, 7:30 a.m. Does that mean we have a new fish? Fish bones. Underground cavern underworld. Underground cavern. So just like right here should be fine, right? Is the sexual majority 18 in the US? I'm 99% positive it's 16 in most EU countries. Wait, was that it? Rockfish? No, bonefish. I believe it's 18 in the US. I don't think it's state by state. I think federally it's 18, isn't it? Well, there might be state by state variations, and then federally I'm pretty sure it's 18. In some states in the US, the age of majority is 19. That might only be 2 states. In Nebraska, the age of majority is 19. I couldn't get married until I was 19 years old. Nebraska 16? I know for a fact you're wrong. Or I'm sorry. maybe for sex stuff it might be 16, but to be considered an adult in Nebraska, it's 19 because we weren't allowed to get married, I don't think, until I turned 19. Wait, how is that possible though if we got married for financial aid? Because that would have had to have been before for college, right? Maybe it was for the second year and the first year I took out a lot of loans. Wait, I'm almost positive it's 19. Oh God, is my whole life a lie? Yeah. Any minor who's 17 or 18 years old may apply for a marriage license with parental or legal guardian consent. No way did her parents let it, because her parents didn't like that. Because they're fucking hardcore Christian. I guess maybe I just took out more loans for my first year of college. Oh shit, am I going fucking crazy? What the fuck is that thing? Journeyman bait. Okay. You were never married? Oh God. Restores 120 life. That sounds pretty dank. Sell it. Wait, this is a hammer? Wait, don't I have a normal wooden hammer, right? But that's shit. Fuck that. I'll use this hammer. It's not shit. Was getting married a mistake? No, what the fuck, dude? Age of consent is just a guideline? Yeah, a guideline to stay the fuck out of jail. What do you think about cannibalism? I don't know. Knock yourself out, dude. Whatever makes you fucking happy. Trump says he's too busy to get Melania a birthday present. Why is this a story? From USA Today. Fuck off. I'm gonna try new dungeon run games on Hearthstone. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, wait, so we need living wood? Did you see Infinity War? No. I might see it tomorrow or the day after with Kyle. Do you think conscription is immoral? Not necessarily. Or wait, I'm sorry. I don't think the draft is immoral, necessarily, right? If you legitimately need to defend your country against like a foreign invader or some shit, I don't think a draft is necessarily immoral. Conscription? Fuck that shit. I would be running the fuck out of a country. If there was conscription, I would leave that motherfucker in a heartbeat. Ain't no fucking way you're gonna force me to serve in no goddamn military run by a bunch of fucking retards. When I say retards, I'm talking about voters. Fuck that shit. Hell no. Okay. Living wood. Okay. I have a living loom, I'm pretty sure. Please help me find this. I know it's here. I just don't know where. Wait, there was a traveling salesman. He showed up earlier. Stopwatch. Oh no, I don't have enough for Kyle. Fuzzy carrot. Should I sell it? Oh, I can sell bait. I need like 90 copper. Oh my god. Oh, this works. Sell some shitty weapons. Later. Okay. Living loom. Guys, I know I have this fucking shit ass goddamn item. Where the fuck is it at? Does it look like? Living loom. It's not placed in here somewhere and I just don't see it, right? You don't think Kyle would have trashed it, right?
Quack.
You're talking about healthcare and education, and should they be provided by... Should they be private or state provided? I don't know, probably state provided, right? Kyle might have placed it in his own houses. Where? Oh. There it is. Living loom. All I need is the fishing shit now, and then I can make my PDA. Oh, these are people memeing about the United Kingdom shit. Oh, I read about Trump calling into Fox and Friends.
We have never
I can't
had
even believe this.
a sitting president of the United States phone us at 8 o'clock. The president, Donald Trump, is going.
This is so fucking sad. This is like you read the stories and like a small part of you, not even. There's like a 50-50 thing. When I read stories about how like Trump wakes up every morning because he has to watch like Fox News and shit, I'm like, half of me is like, man, he's so fucking stupid. It's probably true. But the other half is like, I mean, like realistically, it's the president of the United States. There's no way. Like, he doesn't have time for this. There's just no way that he's waking up in the White House in his fucking bathrobe, like all the stories report, and like literally watches like Fox and Friends. But he does. Good job, Rachel. I'm really proud of you. He actually does.
To do what he used to do back in the day. I wonder, does he know the number? It's the same number.
James Comey and those famous memos. We are getting word now that there might have been more people that he shared those memos with, more leaking.
I see no credible claim by any serious person that violated the law.
There is no one on Capitol Hill who thinks this was the first and only time James Comey used Daniel Richmond to leak information to the press.
Mike Pompeo primed to take over as Secretary of State. The crucial vote happening today as the White House issues a stern warning to obstructionist Democrats.
Today, Diamond and Silk will testify to the House Judiciary Committee
God.
about their long battle with Facebook over censorship.
But the social media network itself will not be there.
The mere fact that they can't face us proves that they're guilty. That's right.
Kanye.
What's their cringe video that they did? They have like the worst video. It was like a rap or something, wasn't it? What was it? Oh, I think it was this.
Hey, yo, I don't care if your name is Eminem, Buttercup, Peanut, Slim Jim, or Curtain Shade. When you come for the Donald, we will be coming for you. Yo, drop that Trump's your president. He's your president. He's a president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's a president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. So get over it. Stop crying like a baby and a little bitch. You mad that Hillary lost. Diamond Silk trying to tell you that Trump the ball. He's a baller, a shot caller. I hope he builds that damn wall 10 feet taller. Build that wall, build it tall. Protect us all before this country falls. Now you can go around talking about you hate Trump. Take a look in the mirror. You just got stomped. So you tell your fans to draw a line in the sand to make a choice between you and him like you the man. So let me tell you something that you really need to know. A lot of your fans voted for Trump, so maybe you need to go. So tell the NFL they should stand the up and still a kneeling on the flag trying to pull a stunt. And they can take a knee and kneel during halftime, but don't do it on our watch, our time, or our dime. Instead you had to use the word racism and make a connect. But I'm telling you right now, your whole rap was whack. Boom! He's your president, and he's gonna win again. He's your president, he's a baller, baby, a shot caller.
West officially melted the internet.
He said, you don't have to agree with Trump, but the mob can't make me not love him.
The one thing that we will celebrate is our right to think differently. I don't understand what's so controversial for the left to understand this.
Well, there's the presidential seal. There is the White House, and inside the White House is the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
And why would you be bringing that up, Ainsley?
He joins us now by phone. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. President.
Well, good morning, and I picked a very, very special day because it's Melania's birthday. So I said, let's do it on Melania's birthday. So happy birthday to Melania.
All right, hopefully there'll be visits in between, but have you decided on, or do you want to tell us what you got her?
Well, I better not get into that because I may get in trouble. Maybe I didn't get her so much. I'll tell you what, she has done. I got her a beautiful card. You know, I'm very busy to be running out looking for presents, okay? But I got a beautiful card. There's some beautiful flowers, and she did a fantastic job with France. I tell you what, the people of France were spellbound by what happened with their great president who just left, Emmanuel, and he is a wonderful guy. And,
you guys really got along great. You guys got along great.
We did, and you know, they are both terrific people. And Brigitte, and we had a fantastic time, and much more importantly, we accomplished a lot. We really accomplished a lot, more than anybody knows. You'll be seeing what we accomplished.
Well, give us a hint. Give us a hint.
Oh no.
Well, I think we really came to recognize the. You know, I can say it from my standpoint, but he is viewing, I believe, Iran a lot differently than he did before he walked into the Oval Office, and I think that's important. He understands where I'm coming from with respect to Iran. Iran is a real problem for this country. The president made a horrible deal. When I say the president, I'm talking about past administration, made a horrible deal, giving $150 billion, given $1.8 billion in actual cash, carried out in barrels and in boxes.
Oh my God! The money that was given to Iran as part of the Iran deal wasn't money given from the United States. It was Iranian assets that we'd frozen. Why does this meme rumor get told by our own fucking president? Holy shit. People unironically think the United States just sent millions or billions of dollars to Iran, it's just like as our own money. It was like taxpayer money. We just shipped them off a bunch of fucking money. Oh.
Boxes from airplanes. It's inconceivable. $1.8 billion. And all they do is scream death to America, death to America. And by the way, they're not screaming it so much anymore. They were screaming it with him. They don't scream it with me. We haven't seen their little boats circling our ships in the ocean lately because they know if they do circle the ships, they're not going to be there very longer.
Right. I want to come back to that a little later because we do want to see if because you have a big deadline coming up with the Iranian agreement.
I do.
When it comes to Ronnie Jackson, the word came out from John Roberts, now confirmed, that he is no longer going to be a candidate to lead the VA.
His fucking VA candidate. After 3 days, sorry, the media is slandering me too much. This fucking dude.
It was the best card. Believe it, trumped.
What is his name? Johnny Roberts or something? Apparently got drunk and crashed a fucking government vehicle. Oh my fucking God, dude.
The allegations against me are completely false and fabricated.
But I'm dropping out anyway.
I would not have been selected, promoted, and trusted to serve in such a sensitive and important role as positioned to 3 presidents over 12 years. In my role as a doctor, I have tirelessly worked to provide excellent care for all my patients.
What does VA stand for? The VA is the Department of Veterans Affairs, I believe. Or is it the Veteran Administration? It's the people that deal with veterans. I think VA's Veterans Affairs, though, right? Yeah, Department of Veterans Affairs.
Doing so, I've always adhered to the highest ethical standards.
Oh, and then he was also being accused of selling opioids to, was it White House staffers? Or that he was unethically writing prescriptions for opioids for, I don't know if it was White House staffers or White House, something to do with White House people. He's like the White House doctor, or a White House physician, rather.
The report was you had a huddle. Is that what you decided last night? Is that what all of you decided?
Well, I even told them a day or two ago, I saw where this was going, and they're very upset because Mike Pompeo, who was, again, first in his class at West Point, top in his class at Harvard Law School, a brilliant guy, a great guy, and somebody I get along with very well. Mike got through, and they thought they had him stopped. The Democrats are obstructionists. It's horrible what they're doing. They're not approving people. They're taking them out to the maximum 30 hours. That's a lot of time, 30 hours, to interview people that are going to be approved. I mean, they go 30 hours, and then people all vote. And it's a disgrace. In fact, they had a report the other day that at this rate, it'll be 9 years before they're allowed to come into government. So you have people that have given up everything. They've given up their jobs. Top-line people, brilliant people. They want to come in and help us in government. And Chuck Schumer and the group take, years to approve them. Years. We have
30 hours. Could you imagine how fucking horrible it would be? So this is something that I will be critical of the Democrats for. How long it took for them to approve the Supreme Court nominee was fucking disgusting. The fact that they were taking so never mind, I can't.
Judges that are waiting.
I don't know how Republicans with a straight face can talk about length of time to approve somebody when Obama did not get his Supreme Court justice heard. I don't understand how any this would be something that I would consider deplatform worthy. If you're a Republican and you're complaining about people taking too long to hear your picks when Obama was literally denied his Supreme Court justice, I think that's grounds for you're so fucking retarded. I can't even imagine how fucking dishonest you have to be.
Top of the line people, the best people in our country, and by the way, they're going to be approved, but they take them out till the very.
Well, I mean, this guy's not going to be approved because he fucking resigned before he even got his hearing.
Very end, and they said over 9 years before they get approved.
But Mr. President,
every little trick in the book.
Mitch McConnell could keep them 7 days a week until they reach their 30 hours and make them, these men and women, stay until this gets done. Why won't he do that?
Well, he should be doing that, and I think he will be doing that, and he should be doing that. Honestly, the Republicans, look, we have some absolute warriors. We have, when I just watched your show, Jim Jordan and Mark Meadows and Matt Gaetz and DeSantis and So many. Corey Lewandowski. We have Diamond and Silk are warriors, by the way. How about Diamond and Silk? They become amazing. You know, that started off like somebody was talking about them on the internet. There were these two
Those
women,
are the
these
girls.
Two beautiful, wonderful women. And I said, well, let me check it out. It took me about 2 seconds to say stardom. It's incredible. So Diamond and Silk, these are all warriors. We have great people in the Republican Party, and I think that in one way it's showing how bad, how obstructionist these Democrats are. It's a disgrace what's happening.
Do you think the obstructionists win, though, if Dr. Jackson says these allegations are baseless and they're just attacking him? This is not true. He served our country, but yet he's still withdrawing his name. So does the obstructionist win when your nominees don't fight back?
Well,
are TV stations usually this obsessed with left and right in the U.S.? Oh, my dude. I don't know what country you're from, but whew, yes, it is. The partisanship in the United States. So basically, Fox News is the large Republican news source, and then like CNN and MSNBC are arguably left-leaning. I say arguably because at this point, I don't see how an intelligent person can be right-leaning at this level of political shit in the U.S. It seems to be impossible, but yeah.
I could say yes. I can also say no, because Doc Ronnie, you know, we call him Doc Ronnie, we call him Admiral Ronnie. He's an admiral, highly respected, a real leader. And I watched what John Tester of Montana, a state that I won by like over 20 points, you know, really, they love me and I love them. And I want to tell you that John Tester, I think this is going to cause him a lot of problems in his state. He took
From an outside perspective, it feels like the U.S. treats political parties like sports teams. Well, look at our fucking debates with live audiences where people are talking about the size of their dick and like making jokes about, oh, when your line breaks, is that when you lose a bait?
Man who was just an incredible man, respected by President Obama, gave him his highest rating. You saw what President Obama said. Yep. President Bush, he was the doctor to President Bush, to President Obama and the family. He's been my doctor.
But didn't Bush's wife just die? Bush Sr., or was he talking about Bush Jr.?
And he runs a fantastic operation. You know,
oh, never mind. It's not. It can happen whenever.
They run
You're right.
a fantastic operation. And honestly, I said it to him. He didn't come to me. I said, you know,
Kyle
Doug,
didn't
you
loot
run
this?
a great operation.
Or no, he did. I was
How do you
missing.
think you do at the VA? Now, we can talk about experience, but the VA, when you think about 13 million people,
sure,
you could take the head of the biggest hospital corporation of the world, and it's peanuts compared to the VA. So nobody has experience. You know, it's a big monster. And I'm really proud of the job we've done for the VA because we're working right now on choice and really big. But we got rid of so many rules and regulations that made it impossible. And we're really doing great at the VA.
Like what?
But I want somebody that's going to be great. He would have done a great job. He's got tremendous heart.
Any idea who you might...
know, these are all false accusations that were made. These are false. They're trying to destroy a man. By the way, I did say welcome to Washington. Welcome to the swamp. Welcome to the world of politics.
Sure.
But for John Tester to start bringing up stuff like Candyman and the kind of things he was saying, and then say, well, you know, these are just statements that are made.
Right.
There's no proof of this, and he has a perfect record. He's got this beautiful record.
Can you imagine making
His son
horrible
is a
statements with
wonderful
no
boy,
proof?
goes to an
Oh
Apple
my God, that's actually horrible.
One of the finest cadets.
I agree with Trump
to be
there.
doing this
Making
to this
making
man.
horrible statements with absolutely no proof would be a really fucking shit thing to do. Like, could you imagine if somebody said something like 3 million illegal immigrants voted in the United States? And then imagine if that same person actually put together a commission to look for it and found fucking nothing and then disbanded it because there was no evidence. Like, and then doesn't even withdraw the claim. People that do stuff like that are horrible people. Damn, I agree.
Man and his family, I think John Tester has to have a big price to pay in Montana because I don't think people in Montana, the admiral is the kind of person that they respect and admire, and they don't like seeing what's happened to
Well,
him.
the admiral has officially thrown in the towel. Any idea who you might nominate next?
I do, actually, but I better not give it. Maybe we'll do it on my next call. I do. I think we're going to have somebody great.
All right.
Somebody that's more... You know, look.
More.
The admiral is
Less
not a
scandals.
politician, which is what I liked.
Is your nominee somebody in politics right now?
somebody with political capability.
All right.
Capability.
Meanwhile, let's talk a little bit about your former FBI director, James Comey, who you fired. He was on TV last night. He said,
I did a great thing for the American people by firing him.
Well, he says he's not a leaker. He disputed what Anderson Cooper had said. But what's interesting is we've learned through Catherine Herridge's reporting is that apparently the guy he gave the secret memos to, Dr. Richmond at Columbia University, he had this special government employee status where he had, he could look at secrets. He had a badge to the building. And also, apparently, the memos were leaked to a wider group of people, or at least 2, maybe 3, including former U.S. Attorney Patrick Fitzgerald. Your opinion on what Mr. Comey is doing on his book tour and the fact that he had a special friend at Columbia University with an FBI badge?
Look, Comey is a leaker and he's a liar. And not only on this stuff, he's been leaking for years. He's probably been using his friend, the so-called professor, who now turns out to have FBI clearance, which he never said. He even lied about that because he never said that in Congress. He said he gave it to a friend. And he gave it to a friend to leak classified information. It's all classified. It was totally classified. So he did an illegal act. And he said it himself, in order to get a special counsel against me. So the special counsel, and by the way, and Intelligence Committee and everybody else has found no collusion. There's no collusion with me and the Russians. Nobody's been tougher to Russia than I am. You can ask President Putin about that. There's been nobody between the military and the oil and all of the other things that I've done. The aluminum tax, they send us a lot of aluminum, and I put tariffs on aluminum coming in. The 60 people that we sent out, the 60 so-called diplomats. Nobody's been tougher. Nobody's even been close to as tough as me. And we hear this nonsense going. So there's no collusion whatsoever. Well, Comey, what he did, Brian, was terrible. He leaked classified information in order to try and get a special counsel.
He says it wasn't classified, Mr. President. He says it wasn't classified.
Oh, it's totally classified. And he also leaked the memos, which are classified. Nobody unclassified them. And those memos were about me, and they're phony memos. He didn't write those memos accurately. He put a lot of phony stuff. For instance, I went to Russia for a day or so, a day or two.
Oh, no.
Because I own the Miss Universe pageant. So I went there to watch it because it was near Moscow.
He's not about to lie again, is he?
Russia. Now, I didn't go there. Everybody knows the logs are there, the planes are there. He said I didn't stay there at night. Of course I stayed there. I stayed there a very short period of time, but of course I stayed. Well, his memo said I left immediately. I never said that.
Wait, does anyone have a link to this? Did Comey's memo really say that he left immediately? Also, Trump initially lied about spending the night there.
Never said I left immediately. So he said, and you know the funny thing, he does these memos, and then fake news CNN, who's a total fake, they give Hillary Clinton the questions to the debate. Nobody. Can you imagine, by the way, if you gave me the questions to a debate? They would have you out of business, and they'd have me, you better get...
I mean, they fired the woman that did it, didn't they? Not that it's good, I mean...
out of this campaign with that. They don't even bring it up. I mean, CNN, fake news CNN, actually gave the questions.
Yeah, but don't worry about them.
I want to ask you.
But think of it. How bad is that? So anyway, so Comey leaked, and by the way, also, what he did with CNN in order to placate them, you saw that whole scenario. This is a big mistake, this book. He is guilty of crimes. And if we had a Justice Department that was doing their job, instead of spending
It's your Justice Department. Mr. President, you're the Republican in charge. You've got a Republican running it.
Wait, who is this guy? Why is this guy being so hard on him? What? It is his Justice Department. Why is Trump shitting on his own fucking DOJ?
I answer this all the time. Because of the fact that they have this witch hunt going on with people in the Justice Department that shouldn't be there. They have a witch hunt against the President of the United States going on. I've taken the position, and I don't have to take this position, and maybe I'll change, that I will not be involved with the Justice Department. I will wait till this is over. It's a total... it's all lies, and it's a horrible thing that's going on, a horrible thing. And yet I've accomplished, with all of this going on, more than any president in the first year in our history. And everybody, even the enemies and the haters...
Accomplished what?
We have accomplished more than any president in the first year by far. If you look at regulations and the big tax cuts and Judge Gorsuch, so many things, and many other judges. But the big thing, the tax cuts, the regulations, nobody's done what we've done, what I've done.
Oh, Comey said in the memo that Trump told him that he didn't stay overnight. I feel like I remember reading that. Didn't he say it twice in the Comey? Weren't there two different Comey memos where Comey said that Trump had told him, yo, why am I not catching this fucking fish? Can I get this shit out of my fucking inventory?
Despite what's going on. So I'm very disappointed in my Justice Department. But because of the fact that it's going on, and I think you'll understand this, I have decided that I won't be involved. I may change my mind at some point because what's going on is a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. And by the way, the only collusion is the collusion with the Democrats and the Russians. You take a look at what's going on there. They wouldn't even give their server, the DNC, Democratic National Committee, wouldn't even give its server to the FBI. So what kind of an FBI? They break down doors for Paul Manafort.
Wait, I thought the DNC did turn over everything they had to the FBI. Pangfish, that's what I was looking for, right? I love how Republicans accuse Democrats. It's like, Trump won, move on. Trump won, get over it. But Trump has hammered the same, like, 4 or 5 talking points, like, for his entire fucking, since he was president. Like, bringing up, like, illegal immigrants that voted, bringing up Hillary Clinton in the emails, bringing up, like, anything that's, like, I don't know.
In the morning, his wife is in bed, like at 5 or 6 in the morning, and they undo the lock for Michael Cohen early in the morning, and yet they walk into the DNC and they won't give them the server. They say, we're not giving you the server. Oh, okay, we'll leave. That's not the FBI. That's a fix. Okay?
Let's talk about Michael Cohen. Yesterday, through his attorney, he's going to be taking the 5th. What's your reaction to that, being that you work with him for a couple of decades?
What does Trump think about people that take the 5th, guys? Okay, I'm sure he's about to blast Cohen for this, right? Because now I could be wrong, but hasn't Trump said some really mean things about people?
Here's people taking the 5th Amendment. Like you see on the mob, right? You see the mob takes the 5th. If you're innocent, why are you taking the 5th Amendment?
Man, I bet, wow.
When you have your staff taking the 5th Amendment, taking the 5th so they're not prosecuted, when you have the man that set up the illegal server taking the 5th, I think it's disgraceful.
5th Amendment. Bob. The mob takes the 5th. If you're innocent, why are you taking the 5th Amendment?
5th Amendment. Horrible. Horrible. He pleaded the 5th, and that was the end. We never heard about him again. This is.
I love a president. What's the 5th Amendment? The 5th Amendment in the United States protects you from self-incrimination. It's the idea that the government can't lock you in a fucking room and torture you until you confess to your own crimes. In the United States of America, the burden of proof is on the state to bring a case against you and to prove through their investigation that you have done something wrong. You cannot be compelled to testify against yourself. It's a very, very, very important part of the U.S. justice system. Like incredibly fucking important. You do not have to go to a police officer or any government state thing and say like, okay, I committed this crime, I'm confessing, right? The 5th Amendment is incredibly important. The idea that the sitting president of the U.S. could be like, the 5th Amendment, a horrible thing.
Horrible.
In the 5th Amendment.
5th Amendment. Horrible.
All right, so Cohen, taking the 5th. Wonder what he has to say about it.
That's a fix.
Let's talk about Michael Cohen. Yesterday, through his attorney, he's going to be taking the 5th. What's your reaction to that, being that you work with him for a couple of decades as your attorney?
And he's a good person.
What's at stake for you, Mr. President?
Hey, look, Brian, you know Michael. Michael's been on your show, I'm sure, a lot. You know, Michael
We know.
is a good person. Let me just tell you that Michael is in business. He's really a businessman, a fairly big business as I understand it. I don't know his business, but this doesn't have to do with me. Michael is a businessman. He's got a business. He also practices law. I would say probably the big thing is his business, and they're looking at something having to do with his business. I have nothing to do with his business. I can tell you. He's a good guy.
But isn't his business your attorney, Mr. President?
Well, I have many, just so you understand, I have many attorneys. I have attorneys, sadly, I have so many attorneys you wouldn't even believe it.
How much of your,
somebody,
Mr. President, how much of your legal work was handled by Michael Cohen?
Well, as a percentage of my overall legal work, a tiny, tiny little fraction. But Michael would represent me and represent me on some things. He represents me, like with this crazy Stormy Daniels deal. He represented me, and you know, from what I see, he did absolutely nothing wrong. There were no campaign funds going into this.
Then why is he pleading the
Fifth? Would have been a problem. Because he's got other things. He's got businesses, and from what I understand,
this is like execution worthy, dude. I can't even fathom the how much of a literal piece of shit you have to be this blatantly fucking dishonest. Like, this is the state of our presidency. Like, this is so disgusting. I can't even believe that you could, like, with a straight face say something so fucking abhorrent. Like, how could you contradict yourself? Like, unreal. This is unreal.
They're looking at his businesses. And I hope he's in great shape. Yeah. But he's got businesses, and his lawyers probably told him to do that. But I'm not involved, and I'm not involved. And I've been told I'm not involved.
Okay,
It came out of the newspaper.
Mr. President,
I've been told I'm not involved.
We want to get to Kanye West. He tweeted that he loves you, that you're his brother, and
he's got good taste.
The left goes ballistic. What's your reaction?
Finally.
Just a reminder, we're actually listening to the President of the USA.
Yeah. Finally. A black person's opinion that we can get behind. Thank God Fox News has their new poster boy.
Action.
Yeah. Well, they do. You know, I have known Kanye a little bit, and I get along with Kanye. I get along with
everyone.
Lot of people, frankly. But Kanye...
Except for every single person. Except for every single person in government. I get along with everybody except for all the people that fucking matter.
Black unemployment at the lowest it's been in the history of our country, okay? He sees Hispanic unemployment at the lowest it's been in the history of our country. He sees, by the way, female unemployment, women unemployment, the lowest it's been in now almost 19 years. He sees that stuff, and he's smart. And he says, you know what? Trump is doing a much better job than the Democrats did. And by the way, if they ever got in and started putting back all these rules and regulations where you can't breathe, where businesses go out of business, our country would be in big trouble. And had I not gotten elected, Hillary would have come in. She would have added more rules and regulations. We would have been out of business because you saw what was happening. We were going down.
Right. Yeah, and a couple of things. On top of that, there's a bigger picture.
That is actually true. If you look at, like, if you check the stock markets under Obama for, like, almost all of Obama's presidency, starting in, what, 2008? Our economy has just been falling and falling and falling. Like, you watch just day in and day out, like, just the economy was just being absolutely fucking ruined under Obama. It was just ridiculous. Like, every single fucking year, the stock market posting all-time lows over and over and over again. It was just horrible.
Kanye West comes out, regardless of what he says, he doesn't have anything personally against you. He likes you, even if he doesn't agree with everything. Then he has other people in the black community, like Chance the Rapper comes out and says, black people don't have to be Democrats. Have Republicans done a bad job ignoring the black community up until now?
You know, I think it was just a custom. people don't realize, you know, if you go back to the Civil War, it was the Republicans that really did the thing. Lincoln.
How can you have so many memes? He's like a living, breathing, walking meme. Did you guys know that it was actually the Democrats that were the slave owners, and that party is relevant to today's party, and the Republicans were the ones that actually freed the slaves, and that's relevant to today's party?
Was a Republican.
This is why fucking 80% of minorities voted for the Democrats, by the way, because they want to bring back slavery, by the way.
I mean, somehow it changed over the years, and I will say, I really believe it's changing back. Remember, I was going to get no black votes. Right. I was going to get none. Well, I got a lot. I've got a lot of...
No, you didn't. Voter breakdown, Trump, minority. It was like 80-20, wasn't it? %30 of Trump voters were non-white. 90% of blacks voted for Clinton. 66% of Latinos voted for Clinton. 65% of Asians voted for Clinton. 8% of blacks for Trump. 28% Latino. 27%. But okay.
You know, I should have gotten much more. Now, in fact, I used to go around saying, what do you have to lose? I'd say that at speeches. Remember, I'd go into a stadium, I'd talk about the African-American vote. I said, the education is not good. Obviously, the law enforcement in your community, the crime is at levels that nobody's ever seen before. You know, I'd go through like 7, 10 stats. I'd say, vote for me. What do you have to lose? Right. So now they voted for me. Crime is way down. And really importantly, the unemployment picture is the best it's been in the history of our country for African Americans.
Mr. President, what does it say, though, about the political discourse in this country that when somebody comes out and say, I like Donald Trump, suddenly the political left goes out and destroys him? Shania Twain was asked a couple of days ago about, well, if you could have voted for Donald Trump, would you have? And she said, yeah, I would have. And then she got so destroyed online, she had to come out and apologize.
Wait, Shania Twain? Why can she not vote? Is she not American? Is she like Canadian or some shit? I don't actually know.
And then yesterday, the same thing with Kanye West. Suddenly people are saying the guy's out of his mind because he supports you. What happened to being able to have a different point of view?
Right, I'll tell you what happened. Shania, who I think is terrific, but she made a mistake by sort of saying, I wish I didn't, go public with it. But we know how she feels. But people have done that, and they're amazed at what happens to their business.
She's Canadian?
We have
I gotcha.
tremendous support. We have tremendous fans. If I ever called for a rally in Washington, D.C., we'd have millions of people coming into Washington because they love what's happening. So when I see a Kanye sticking Electoral College, I would rather have a popular election, but it's a totally different campaign. It's as though you're running, if you're a runner, you're practicing for the 100-yard dash as opposed to the 1 mile. The Electoral College is different. I would rather have the popular vote because to me, it's much easier to win.
It's a totally different set of goals as opposed to...
I would love to hear government theory Trump talk about the merits of the Electoral College versus just doing I would love to hear this conversation.
But we have an Electoral College. Right. I got 306 and she got, 223. So remember, there was no way to break 270. I heard that on CBS and NBC and ABC. They're all fake news.
When I listen to Trump talk, it sounds like a dad who's like 40 years old who talks about his like glory days in high school football or some shit. Like, they said I couldn't win and I did. And that's like what he goes on like over and over and over and over again. He brings it up like any opportunity he can.
For so long, it's CNN, but I heard that for so long. There is no way. So what they're trying to do is suppress the vote.
Oh yeah, that's true, and he didn't even win the popular vote. So why would he even say that? Wait, that's true. I totally forgot that. Oh, that's a meme. That's a meme. That's a meme. Can we not do this right now?
Everyone goes home and says, I really like Donald Trump, but I've watched on the news, and they don't know it's fake news. I've taught them it's fake news. I've watched on the news that he can't win. So let's go to a movie, darling, and then we'll come home and we'll watch.
And you'll find out in the midterms whether they go with the darling home or they go to the movies.
I think
Let's talk about
do better than people think in the
Mr.
midterms,
President.
because, it's very,
right.
The economy is so strong and jobs are so good that I think we're going to surprise. We won an election yesterday in Arizona. Nobody talks about it. They had these massive booths set up for CNN and everybody. They had these big booths set up because they were hoping, they spent a fortune on the Democrat, and the Republican won. Let's go.
All right, but Mr. President, you could argue that the midterms are going to be decided on big things like a meeting that you're going to have one-on-one with Kim Jong-un. How much are you looking at the summit that starts tomorrow with South Korea to look at what you're going to be doing when you sit down with North Korea? And on top of that, we know that it's confidential, but can you give us any more information on the one-on-one that Mike Pompeo had with Kim Jong-un? A lot of people are hungry for some details.
Well, I can. First of all, we're doing very well with North Korea, and we'll see how it all comes out. Again, Brian, I'm not like Obama, where you go in and you have Kerry, who's the worst negotiator I've ever seen. He goes in for the Iran deal. He never leaves. He should have left. He should have just left. He could have made a much better deal. But so it could be that I walk out quickly, with respect, but it could be. It could be that maybe the meeting doesn't even take place. Who knows? But I can tell you right now, they want to meet. They wanted to go to the Olympics. Look, it was very, very nasty, with Little Rocket Man and with the buttons, and, the button's bigger than... Everybody said, this guy's going to get us into nuclear war. Let me tell you, the nuclear war would have happened if you had weak people. We had weak people. This should have been settled long before I came into office. This is a much different ballgame than if they did it 5 or 10 or 20 years ago. This is a much more dangerous ballgame now. But I will tell you, it's going very well. Mike Pompeo did go there. He wasn't supposed to meet with Kim Jong-un, but he did. They arranged, actually, while he was there to say hello. We have incredible pictures of the two talking and meeting, which I'd love to release if we can. I'll do that. Actually, it's not
so
a bad
it was just
idea.
a hello, Mr. President?
But no, it was more than a hello. They got along. They were with each other for, more than an hour.
Right.
They spoke, and he also spoke with his counterparts in North Korea. They had a great meeting. He then left. It was very, very secret, very, very quiet. They had a great meeting. He left. And, when I watched Sleepy Eyes Chuck Todd the other day saying,
Sleepy Eyes Chuck Todd.
Why is the president giving up so much and North Korea's giving up nothing? This was at the beginning of Meet the Press, which, this guy shouldn't even be on the show. So I said to myself, well, wait a minute, see, it's just the opposite. I haven't given up anything. I haven't even talked about it. I haven't given up anything.
When are you going to meet with him?
I'm giving up much. They've given up denuclearization, testing, research. We're going to close different sites. And I'm saying to myself, wait a minute. All of these things he's given up, and we haven't even really that much asked him, because we would have asked him, but they gave it up before I even asked. So I have this guy, fake news. He's on television saying, why am I giving up something? I never gave up anything. The people have to understand how dishonest the news is. And in all fairness to Fox, you guys don't always treat me great, but you treat me fairly. It's not like Fox is perfect for me. They're not. They're tough, but at least it's fair. When you look at some of the others, you look at like a CNN, they'll have a council of 7 people, and of the 7 people, every one of them is against me. I'm saying, where do they even find these people?
I'm not your doctor, Mr. President, but I would recommend you watch less of them.
I don't watch them at all. I watched
it easy. Then how do you know?
I watched Leak and Lion Comey last night, and I hated to do it.
The double nickname.
One of the reasons
Leak and Lion
you're still
Comey.
looking good, Mr. President. How do you do it? Well, one of the things I've been able to do, which is something I never thought I had the ability, I would always watch. Now, frankly, I don't have time for 2 reasons. There's too much, and I don't have time. But I would watch, whether it's good or bad, I'd always watch. I have an ability. I don't watch NBC anymore. They're as bad as CNN. I don't, and by the way, I made them a fortune with The Apprentice. Think of that one.
This is a guy with access to more information. As an individual, he probably has access to more information than maybe any other human being has ever had in the history of the entire planet. More information at his fingertips, access to the most powerful intelligence agencies in the entire world that have ever existed, with more power to do domestic and international spying, to archive and recall information than any other person has ever had in the entire history of the world. And he gets his news from fucking cable TV. Like, just think about that for a minute.
And I did
Your alma
nicely
mater.
also. No, but I made them a fortune.
Right.
You would think that these guys would treat me great. I made them a fortune, so they treat me horribly, and they treat me falsely. But just one thing, I don't watch things that I can put it out of my mind, and I never, ever thought that that would be possible. And you know what that does? It keeps you on the ball. It keeps you, you keep your sanity, and it works very well. But last night I did watch a liar leaker. And his performance, by the way, was horrible. And I will say this, Anderson Cooper was surprisingly tough, and he did a good job.
He did.
Mr. President, real quickly, have you decided on a date to meet with Kim Jong-un?
We have a decision to be made. We have 3 or 4 dates, and that includes locations. We have 5 locations. Great. And that'll all be narrowed down. I can only say this. When I came into office, people thought we were going into nuclear war, okay? And now they're saying, wow, looks like that's going to be taken care of.
Mr.
I think
President?
we're doing very well. Let's see what happens.
Okay, we're running out of time, but when we came down after your first month in office, and we did that big Famous Now interview in the East Room, Ainsley asked you a question to grade your first month in office. Now, fast forward, you've been in office over
100%.
a year. Last year, you said in the first month, I give myself an A for effort and a C for messaging because you were having trouble, the White House was, explaining what you were doing. How would you grade yourself now?
Look, I'm fighting a battle against a horrible group of deep-seated people, drained
deep
swamp,
state,
that are coming up with all sorts of phony charges against me, and they're not bringing up real charges against the other side. So we have a phony deal going on, and it's a cloud over my head, and I've been able to really escape that cloud because the message now everyone knows it's a fix, okay? It's a witch hunt, and they know that, and I've been able to message it. I would give myself an A+. Nobody has done what I've been able to do, and I did it despite the fact that I have a phony cloud over my head that doesn't exist. It was what the Democrats used to try and make an excuse for their loss of an election, for their loss of the Electoral College that they should never lose because the Electoral College is set up perfectly for the Democrats. And this was an absolute total beating in the Electoral College. They should never lose the Electoral College, and they did, and they got swamped.
But does it make you want to talk to Mueller and put an end to it? Does it make you want to talk to him? Because that's what Rudy Giuliani...
Well, if I can. The problem is that it's such, if you take a look, they're so conflicted. The people that are doing the investigation, you have 13 people that are Democrats. You have Hillary Clinton people. You have people that worked on Hillary Clinton's foundation. They're all, I don't mean Democrats. I mean like the real deal. And then you look at the phony Lisa Page and Strzok and the memos back and forth in the FBI. And by the way, you take a poll at the FBI. I love the FBI. The FBI loves me. But the top people in the FBI, headed by Comey, were crooked. You look at McCabe, where he takes $700,000 from somebody supporting Hillary Clinton. He takes $700,000 for his wife's campaign. And by the way, didn't even spend that money. They kept some of it because under that law, she took $7. He took $700,000 from a group headed by Terry McAuliffe, who was under investigation by McCabe and the FBI.
He's so mad. You hear how out of breath he's getting? Holy shit.
Took $700,000. And you look at the corruption at the top of the FBI, it's a disgrace. And our Justice Department, which I try and stay away from, but at some point I won't. Our Justice Department should be looking at that kind of stuff, not the nonsense of collusion with Russia. There is no collusion with me and Russia.
There is with the Democrats, though.
We could talk to you all day, but it looks like you have a million things to do. But I hope you can join us again, Mr. President.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Good luck with your book. It's going to be a winner.
Thank you so much.
And happy birthday to Melania.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you next Thursday, Mr. President.
Yeah. Okay.
Phone lines open.
Call in again sometime.
All right.
Good. Thank you. Bye.
Very nice of you calling.
You know, I think he was awake, and he had a lot to say.
Right. He's a morning person. He's already proven that to us.
All right. Well, broke a lot of news right there. We think the President of the United States, and our producers have been trying to get him back on the program over a year since our first interview. And
so
today
hard.
he finally said, okay, I'll do it on the phone.
All right. We have more Fox and Friends coming up.
Jesus Christ. President of the United States, by the way. The real life. I bet Trump got on Twitter right after that to see all the people tweeting. Diamond and Silk falsely claim under oath that they weren't paid by Trump campaign. We are familiar with that particular lie. We can see that you do look at fake news, said Rochelle Richardson, the other half of Diamond and Silk, when the New York Democrat brought up the FEC receipt. That fake news. Yikes. Put some flowered wall? Wait, how do I make flowered wall? Buy it from the dryad? Nah, fuck that. How'd you feel about America splitting into left and right, two independent countries? That'd be horrible.
If the Republicans do not get demolished during the midterms, Americans can go fuck themselves.
Right. Do you think England should split from the UK so that all the money paid to the leeches like Northern Ireland will be put into the NHS instead? What? Does Ireland take out more from the UK than it puts in? Is there a way to see average age in Destiny's chat? How would you even do that? What do you mean, is there a way to do that? How would you ever do that? You have YouTube analytics on your videos? Yeah. I'm not sure how reliable it is for age, but... Wait, can you not put candles on walls? Wait, a guy working for cops got shot and killed? Wait, who shot the sound man? Was it an actual police officer or was it the criminal guys? The robbery dudes. Judge Mark Ashford issues ruling Thursday during a hearing on a wrongful death lawsuit. The suit was filed against the city by the brother of 38-year-old Bryce, the crew member killed by Omaha police gunfire. Hold on one sec, I gotta listen to this. Oh wait, is there no sound? Oh no, there is. Hold on one sec. Jesus, fight for a fuck. The criminal didn't even have a real gun. It was a fucking pellet gun. Were there any robbers here with real guns? Douglas County District Judge has refused the City of Omaha's request to bar the release of the video which shows the fatal shooting of a crew member of the Cops TV program and a man firing a pellet gun at police. What are the 4 rules of gun ownership, boys? The 4 big rules. Does anybody remember? I don't know the order they go in, but you keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. Don't point your gun at anything that you wouldn't want destroyed, right? Don't play pointed at anything. Treat every firearm as though it's always loaded, and always be aware of what's beyond your target. Anytime cops are opening fire in fucking public places, it's... Man, you need a real good reason to do that. Fuck. Rules 1 through 4, defend the Second Amendment. This is Moonglow. Do you think if Florida raised the minimum age to buy a firearm from 18 to 21 was unconstitutional? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it would have to be, right? You're not supposed to make laws infringing on the rights of the people to purchase firearms, right? The Second Amendment probably needs to change, but I don't think we have the system in place to change it right now. Our government is too dysfunctional. Daybloom, planter box. Daybloom, Daybloom, Daybloom. How is 18 allowed? Because you're still a minor and you don't have a lot of rights until you reach the age of majority, right? If you can say 18 is okay, why is 21 not? Because of the age of majority. You don't acquire most rights as being an adult and everything until you're 18, right? Until you reach the age of majority, when you get access to all of your civil rights. Like, for instance, that's like saying, like, well, the Constitution says I can vote. Why is it that I'm not allowed to vote unless I'm 18 or whatever, right? Like, that's the... Can't buy beer until 21? You don't have a constitutional right to purchase alcohol. We've talked about this, but I still disagree that a person can enroll in the army at 18 and kill someone off country but not be able to drink. Sure, I think the drinking age in the US is really stupid. I don't disagree with that.
Tattoos and Shibuya. Police think I'm of the underworld. 12 treat a nigga like he 12. How you looking up to me and talking down? Can't you see I am the big man? All level, I am the I am. I film it with the drone cam and the pink like killer cam. Zoom on that stick, no way. Up so close, I'm on that kill. Controller on your lower back, yeah, that's the good. Dick will roll the eyes back in the skull.
So I go 16 can drive, 18 can vote, 21 can drink. Okay, oh! In the United States, there are certain things that are explicitly stated in the Bill of Rights, things that you're allowed to do. Now, this is retarded, right? As in my opinion, the entire Bill of Rights is retarded, okay? But in the Bill of Rights, there are certain constitutional rights that are laid out to you that the government, that the state cannot infringe upon, okay? Driving is not in there. Drinking is not in there, okay? But like the ability to purchase a firearm, that is in there. So if somebody says like, so it doesn't make sense to say like, well, why is it they can make laws that I can't drink till I'm 21, but they can't do it about guns? It doesn't make any sense. Well, because the right to drink or drive a vehicle is not explicitly laid out in the Constitution. All right, there you go. That's the difference. All right.
Some dirty plastic 2016 brought some discs. 2017 ideas playing on the wall. This a code, not a click on it. With a cup in a cup activist. That's a double edge, just a knife. And I don't like to fight till I'm fighting. Revenge in the air makes my lungs sick. Chopper in the sky like.
What do you mean the Bill of Rights is retarded? I don't know. The Bill of Rights seems contradictory to the purpose of the federal government, or to the purpose of the entire Constitution.
1 year, blah.
Or maybe, I don't know, maybe there'd be like a constitutional scholar that would know this better than I do. The Constitution of the United States is supposed to lay out explicitly what the federal government can or cannot do, right? That's like the point of the Constitution. So I don't understand why the Bill of Rights exists to tell you what you can do. That just seems weird to me. I'm not sure. And everything else is delegated to the states, right? If it's not explicitly borne out in the Constitution.
It's really you. It's really you on my mind. Need both sides of the 12. Need both sides of the L. Free smoke rings in their hell. Sleet snow.
What do you think it would take for you guys to write a whole other constitution? It would be a total government collapse. The United States Constitution is the oldest used constitution by any government in the world right now. For us to rewrite it would be something catastrophic would have to happen, like a Trump presidency. No, I'm just kidding. God damn it. What does it mean? Can someone explain this black words to me? What does pocket snug mean? Like you have a big dick or what? Why is it okay to require some barriers, including monetary ones, between you and owning a gun? Well, monetary barriers are, I mean, you have to buy something. It's not, I mean, the government, it's not saying that the government is going to provide you a firearm for free. That pocket snug means you have a boner? Okay, gotcha. What the fuck is going on up here? Are you fucking kidding me? This looks horrible. I either have to have it sticking out or I have to have an empty spot up here? You have too much money? Okay, pocket snug, gotcha. Okay. Donna, Donna. This song is so shit. No, it's not. The British had first constitution, like the Magna Carta. Either they've changed it significantly or something. I'm like 99% sure that the U.S. Constitution is the oldest currently used constitution, active constitution of any government that is currently in existence on today's planet. I mean, we can look it up, but I don't know the details of the British governing document, so I... One, two, three, four, five, six. All right. Yeah, the Magna Carta, that's not even, I don't even know why you would say that. That album came out in like fucking, what, 2015 or whatever? Stop opening the fucking door, you little cuck. Guild Showdown is on right now. Wait, did I already go? Did I win my thing? Do you think Bush might still be worse than Trump? Trump is a joke. I don't know how to even compare the two. Imagine 9/11 happening under Trump. Jesus Christ. We have to get through all their dudes. We're on 32 and they're only on 27. We're getting dunkstered, aren't we? Oh, never mind. Kenji is fucking repping hard. The Constitution lays out the blueprint / framework of the government. The Bill of Rights guarantees individual rights from both federal and state action. Oh, okay, esports. Hey, there's Omni Destiny. Do you believe we went to the moon? Yeah, I would say so. Wow, I lost my only fight. Holy shit. Dude, we got annihilated by these dudes. It wasn't even close.
Do you have an opinion or stance on equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity?
I mean, I'm pretty sure almost everybody would argue that equality of opportunity is what we should be aiming for, right? we tried, guys. Good, good work. What what fish do we need? Unless you're like a hardcore lefty, I guess. Digging underground. Batfish. Underground cavern forest. Whoops. Right here, right? Oh, wait, was that it? Batfish, yep. How do you know when you fucked up your life beyond repair? When you're dead. Until then, you can always turn it around, buddy. Is the term equality of opportunity meaningful when everything in life is deterministic? It presupposes that you can be made responsible for your effort in pursuing the opportunities, correct? I don't know if equality, or at least the way that I think about equality of opportunity, has nothing to do with assigning responsibility or anything, I guess. It's more just making sure that, I guess, like, people have access to... I don't know. I mean, I guess it would depend on which thing in particular you're talking about. So, like, for instance, in the United States right now, I would say there's not an equality of opportunity when it comes to education, right? Because really good schools cost a lot of money, and then really shit schools are cheaper. So there's an unequal access there, right, to educational institutions. Apprentice bait, 1 gold, crate potion. What's your solution to the school problem? I don't know, dude. Education is really fucking complicated. I feel like education needs a dramatic reform in the United States, though, because it seems like we treat it... I don't know. It just seems like the United States is not willing to shake up its approach to education. Jesus fuck, even the pushback against Common Core was insane. What am I looking for? Oh, we're making shit. I don't like this nothing. The way you can pursue the opportunity is determined by previous outcomes, which then determine your level of effort. Can you be made responsible for the effort level you have that result your previous outcomes you had no influence over? Well, I mean, we kind of have to. option select. That's how like modern society works, right? Like even if you live in a determined system, you have to act like you're not, otherwise things get kind of weird. This isn't right. Wait, this isn't right. Wait, no, it is right. Whether it's actually sensible? Oh, I don't know. Option select. I don't care about quantum physics, whereas GG. It has absolutely no bearing on the idea of free will. I'm sorry. When I say deterministic, I just mean there's absolutely no such thing as free will. Quantum mechanics has nothing to do with free will. Also, I don't even know if it's 100% guaranteed that quantum mechanics is not 100% deterministic, but it has no bearing on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this is the 6th one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6th one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yep. 1, 2, 3, and then 4, yep. 1, 2, 3, and then 4, yep. Wait, this is right. Okay. Why did it not look right? I have not cake. You say protectionism is bad? Because everybody thinks protectionism is bad. What do you mean? What do you mean, why? Silver thorn planter, water leaf planter. Okay, we'll do water leaf. Nice. Okay, sorry. Deathweed. Isn't all weed really deathweed? Get it? Shh. The fuck is deathweed? I don't even fucking know. Oh fuck, I can't even get this shit.
Metal Solid playthrough when?
Someday, my dude. Oh wait, Deathweed. I've got 9 Deathweed. Or in the Corruption or Crimson. Oh wait, never mind. Alright, Deathweed. How can we have no Deathweed seeds? No way. Not even a single one. Can you buy Deathweed seeds? Oh, we might not, if its bloom is so rare. Okay. Do I have a Staff of Regrowth? I do not. What's the most, what's like the most, like jungly kind of thing I can put here? Like what kind of treasure chest should I use? It's a 35-minute video on quantum physics versus free will. I can't imagine any type of intelligent conversation having to do with quantum physics and free will. Cracking the nutshell. I'm gonna regret listening to this, aren't I? There's ivy chests? Wait, is there a living wood chest? Oh.
I have been thinking of writing a script covering the topic of free will for a long time. I don't remember having mentioned free will explicitly since my first video in 2013, where I discussed the nature of time. Finally, I have got round to doing it, and I have to say that I am very excited about this video. Not only because I am going to discuss the relationship between quantum mechanics and free will in a way that is hardly ever discussed in the popular media, but also because I am going to revisit the topics of time, causality and determinism, topics which I find fascinating. With this, I am hoping that some of the mind-boggling ideas which were introduced in that first video will be here expanded and covered in much more detail. So let's get started, shall we? Some of you may think that the idea that free will and quantum mechanics have anything to do with each other is ridiculous, that these two topics tend to be put together only in embarrassing, new age, unscientific videos or
Oh fuck, that's what I think. Am I about to get Duckerseed right in the beginning?
articles. If you think like that, then I will take it as my job today to show you otherwise. I take it as my personal challenge to get you a little bit more informed on this matter. Please be aware that I will cover some topics in this video, such as Bell's theorem, which may be completely new for some of you. I'll do my best to discuss these ideas at a level that feels comfortable and engaging to everyone, no matter what you may or may not already know about quantum physics. And if, after watching this video, you're still hungry for more in-depth information, then you can refer to the links pointing to all the relevant articles, which are located right at the end of the written script for this video, which as usual is available from my website. The direct link to the full script is right below this video in the YouTube description area, really easy to find, you can't miss it. Okay, I am going to start with one of the most typical arguments against free will. It usually goes something like this. All events occurring in the universe are necessitated by previous events. That is, temporal causality from past events to present events holds. In addition, the laws of physics apply to all physical systems, and since of course I am a physical system, which is part of the universe too, my brain, which is involved in my decision-making process, is subject to the same causal laws as everything else. Hence, it must be the case that my choice right now could only be the end result in this long chain of events that was initiated a very long time ago at the moment of the Big Bang. Therefore, the idea that I have choices, that I could have done otherwise in those same circumstances, can't possibly be true. Hence, free will must be an illusion. Now, there are many assumptions in this argument worth analyzing and discussing. But today, I will mostly examine 2 or 3 of these assumptions. The assumptions which I will then be able to relate to the very foundations of quantum mechanics. Remember that an assumption, axiom or postulate is our premise or starting point in an argument or theory, something which is assumed to be true and which doesn't need to be justified by scientific evidence. So what are these assumptions then? Well, to start with, the previous argument assumes that causal determinism is true and that it operates linearly from past to present to future. In other words, the argument assumes that...
Okay, this is going to be my guess, and hopefully I'm proven wrong. So I've said this before, that when I say I believe that things are deterministic, I'm using it as a shortcut to say that humans do not have any free will. Now, it is technically possible. I don't think that this is like 100% believed to be true, because I think there are competing interpretations of QM-related stuff, and Coag can correct me on this if he's here or if I'm wrong, or X-Artemis could. But the ultimate point of saying that things are determined or whatever, which is a kind of an imprecise way of saying it, is that even if we go through this video and she says, oh, well, look, actually, you know, there are some things that are probabilistic and aren't fully determined, and there are many physicists today that believe that some things are probabilistic and not fully determined, that doesn't get you any closer to any kind of free will. Because even if we can agree that there are some quantum events that are probabilistic and aren't predetermined, meaning that something could change at one point or another, humans have no ability to exert influence over those probabilities, right? So for instance, let's say that I was going to kill you, okay? Now let's say that I was going to kill you and I was going to decide yes or no. Now, let's say that you say that person has free will, okay? Well, let's say that somebody goes to flip a coin, and whether or not the coin turns up as heads or tails determines whether or not you kill the person. Now, let's say that coin flip is truly random and not predetermined, truly random, right? If the coin could be heads or tails and then you kill them based on the flip of the coin, you wouldn't say, because it's non-deterministic, because that's random, that all of a sudden you now have free will to choose whether or not you want to kill somebody because you flipped the coin first. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't get you to free will. Now, maybe she'll connect it later on, but we'll see.
Any state or event I can think of in the history of the universe, including human action, is bound by causality in such a way that it is always uniquely determined by prior states associated with it. That is, each event is necessitated by previous events and conditions which belong to this causal chain. What all of this means is that I conceive myself as an entity which is the product of a long chain of causally connected, temporarily ordered events in a universe whose history must necessarily run linearly from past to present to future. It means that I assume there is a real world out there which, throughout these 13.8 billion years that have elapsed since it came...
Say you're a materialist? Yeah, but nobody knows what materialism means. Sure, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I am a materialist, right? You don't believe in any supernatural or anything? Do you have to say... Do you have to say physical materialist as opposed to spiritual, or is that you're always physical, right? If you're a materialist?
Into being has existed in just one particular state at each moment in time. Put another way, I am assuming that all the unique past events which I conceive as belonging to this long cause and effect chain did really occur at some point in time, and that all of these past events necessarily followed one another linearly until they ended up leading to this particular moment in time, the present, which I am experiencing right now when I am just about to make my choice. Past, present, and future are all set in stone in this model. What's more, notice that this argument also assumes that all those past events belonging to this long chain, events which I visualize to be causally linked to my present choice, occurred completely independently of my awareness, perception, experience, or knowledge of them. It assumes that my sense of I-amness has no agency whatsoever, that what I call I is simply a detached observer, that what I am doing right now is only the product of a fixed, external, objective, observer-independent existence, that all what I am doing right now is completely outside of my control, for the past has already happened, and in a sense, so has the present and the future, as all possible events are equally fixed since the beginning of time. Since all the events in this chain are subject to this past to present to future linear cause and effect law, that is, they were necessitated by their previous causes, and since most of these past events have nothing to do with me, with my experience or knowledge.
She's setting it up to knock down determinism, but not to prove free will. But well, maybe it'll change. We'll see.
Of them, as after all, they took place well before I was born. The question is, how could I possibly be said to be making any free choices right now? I had nothing to do with most of the past events, which can be causally linked to my choice today, so I conclude that I simply could not have chosen otherwise, that my choice was necessitated by previous causes which were completely outside of my control. Okay, so now that I have exposed a few of the assumptions that are taken for granted in this popular argument against free will, I have a challenge for you today. I would like you to look at this scenario from a very different perspective. The ideas that I will present to you throughout this video will highlight the fact that the concepts of determinism, indeterminism, free will, and causal order are intrinsically linked to each other, but that the argument can in fact be turned completely upside down, and that if we do so, the consequences are mind-boggling. So what happens when we turn our previous argument upside down then? Given that both free will and absolute determinism seem to be unprovable, the idea is that instead of starting by assuming determinism to be true, since there is no scientific or subjective evidence whatsoever that supports it, instead we start by making the assumption which we take for granted every single day of our lives, and by which we live our lives accordingly. Yes, you guessed it, we start by assuming our own free will to be real, even our most profound experience of it, and then see where this leads us. This means that, rather than starting by assuming that there is a deterministic, objective, agent-independent world out there which started 13.8 billion years ago, which can be modeled via a causally linear chain of events which runs from the distant past right through to this present moment in time, when I'm about to make my choice, hence leading me to the conclusion that free will can only be an illusion, I instead start by assuming nothing but what feels obvious, intuitive, and undeniable to me right now, as a result of my present subjective experience. That is, I start with the assumption that I am a conscious agent with the inherent capacity to make free choices, choices which are not uniquely determined by the past history of the universe. As I will show you later in the video, turns out that this way of thinking not only has led science to experimentally test some of the most important theorems of all time, but that in fact it is precisely this important assumption that enables us to talk meaningfully about science in general. In addition, I will also discuss some fascinating ideas describing how the universe might work and what our place in it might be, showing that we don't need to be mere puppets going through the universe's motions, but that we can indeed be very active participators in this huge, magnificent cosmic show. But for now, I would like to tackle a very important question first. What do I mean by a free choice? What exactly must a choice be free from, you may wonder? Well, personally, by free choice, I do not mean a choice which is not influenced at all by external events. We all know that there is no such thing as a completely isolated system or being which operates 100% independently, 100% freely from anything else. We are heavily influenced by our biology, our culture, our upbringing, and so on. Everything is interconnected. We are all interconnected, and that, of course, includes our own sense of self. What do I mean by this? Well, think about how this sense of self is actually deeply interconnected with what we personally reject as not self. For instance, we often tend to identify with our ego and forget that we are actually a lot more than that we are also our unconscious self, which includes our body's autonomic functions. Hence, this sense of self, which is aligned with our answers to the questions, who am I, and what is my relationship to the external world, plays a very important role when it comes to our discussion on the topic of free will. Think about how the whole and its parts are deeply interconnected with each other, what the role of the part actually is in relationship to the whole, what degrees of freedom are available to the part as compared to the whole, and how we can make sense of free will by looking at reality from different perspectives, either the differentiated parts or the unified whole. Hopefully, I can talk about this issue very soon in a follow-up video where I would like to discuss free will and our sense of self, reductionism and holism, Libet's experiment, neuroscience's arguments against free will, and a few other related issues. Okay, going back to the topic of this video and what I mean by a free choice. I mean a choice which is not uniquely determined by other past events which can be causally associated with it. So it is a free choice in the sense that, while I acknowledge that I may be influenced by external circumstances or past events, I still assume that I do have a certain degree of freedom, that I really do have a branching of possibilities arising in front of me, that I have something called a decision space. My choice is free in the sense that I am not at all predestined to choose what I choose. I am not uniquely or exclusively determined to choose what I choose. And therefore, the profound and intuitive experience I have that I could have done otherwise is actually genuine. It corresponds to reality. It is not an illusion. And so the idea is that we take this concept of free will, as explained, free will in the sense of having freedom from exclusive or complete determination by external influences or past events, and we make free will one of the most important axioms of our existence. Note that this definition of free will is consistent with indeterminism, and is also consistent with having a certain degree of self-determination, partial self-determination, but disregards the notion that we are isolated or separate agents with some sort of superhero, exclusive self-determination powers, as certain libertarian free will definitions seem to imply. Remember, indeterminism does not necessarily entail absence of causation or absence of self-determination. In the same way, indeterminism does not entail a universe characterized by complete randomness. What we are doing is acknowledging the obvious fact that we are not separate beings, that we are not totally immune to external or past influences. On the other hand, we make the important assumption that our choices are not uniquely determined by those influences, and that there is in fact a branching of possibilities in front of us, an intrinsic indeterminacy in nature, which we can experience at the present moment, the only moment we can ever experience. By being aware of this branching of possibilities, consciously or unconsciously, we are then able to exert our freedom of choice, in line with our own intent or will. Free will becomes this way a fundamental aspect of reality, a fundamental axiom or postulate, a basic pillar upon which we can build our models of the world. Free will allows us to be true sources of novelty and creativity, for only a universe which displays a certain degree of randomness, which can spontaneously and indeterministically come up with new possibilities, and a rising of new information which coexists peacefully with its more stable and predictable patterns and regularities, is a universe which can produce genuine novelty and creativity. From the theory of evolution and our most innovative technological gadgets to the most creative pieces of art, any process of creation, whether it is carried out by nature through trial and error in the time span of billions and billions of years, or whether it is carried out by nature through us, human beings, in the time span of a week, can only be made meaningful thanks to our intuitive understanding, our intuitive experience that nature evolved by exercising its own freedom, that we are in fact part of nature, that we are active participators and creators, that we are not just mere puppets following deterministic physical laws. In other words, the meaningfulness of nature's evolution, of our own process of evolution, of our creativity, of our scientific discoveries and our technological advances is derived from our deep understanding that nature evolved freely, that we are part of nature, and hence we indeed possess a certain degree of freedom.
I feel like we're building up from our unjustified assumption that we're free. Are we going to get to why that's...
Personal choices, to make mistakes and to learn from them, a certain degree of freedom to be part of this amazing cosmic creative process. In this way, we make free will a fundamental axiom within science too. You think this is crazy or unscientific? Well, all scientific theories start from a few basic assumptions which are not always stated explicitly. We start from a set of axioms or postulates, and we build our models of the world from there. Would you be surprised if I told you that the observer's free will is already an assumption which is used as a fundamental axiom in one of the most important scientific theories of all time? Yes, I am talking about quantum mechanics. In this part of the video, I am going to do my best to explain in simple terms how free will and quantum mechanics are intimately related. Not only that, but I will show you how the observer's free will has become one of the most important axioms in the foundations of quantum mechanics. Quantum theory is a deterministic theory when it comes to describing nature in the absence of observation, in the absence of measurement. On the other hand, quantum theory becomes a probabilistic theory when it comes to describing the outcomes of our observations. It is in this sense a non-deterministic theory in that the particular outcomes of individual measurements arise not deterministically, but probabilistically from a fuzzy world of possibilities. This indeterminacy is not due to us lacking precision or predictive power. In quantum mechanics, indeterminacy is considered to be intrinsic to nature. However, and here is the key, when we, as observers, as experimenters, conduct an experiment in quantum mechanics, we actually need to make very important choices about what questions we're going to ask nature. For instance, before we make a measurement, we need to choose what questions we're going to ask related to the properties of the particles we are studying. How nature responds to our questions, that is, the outcome that is presented to us as the answer, depends entirely on our previous choice as to what questions we decided to ask. You may think, alright, there is nothing new there. Well, turns out the issue goes a lot deeper than it seems, because in fact, nature's response to our questions is correlated to our choice of question even when we set up an experiment in such a way that this dependence would be classically forbidden according to the principle of local realism. I will discuss some fascinating examples in a bit when I talk about Bell's theorem, and also towards the end of the video when I talk about the link between free choices and past history. Turns out there are experiments which show that our free choices in the present can be causally linked to the creation of past histories of the universe. It has been shown that certain events, which we would ordinarily think of as events that must have already occurred in the past, can indeed remain undetermined until we ask nature a relevant question. By making our free choice, we then proceed to obtain the answer from nature as we make our measurement, at which point certain past events can suddenly come to life. More on this later. What is most relevant now to our free will discussion is that in order for quantum theory to make sense, and arguably for the whole of science to make sense, we are always assuming, implicitly or explicitly, that this choice we're making is in fact a free choice. But how is this free choice defined in the context of quantum theory then? Well, there seems to be a variety of ways in which this free choice has been defined within the context of quantum physics, but the assumption is certainly always there, implicitly or explicitly, and it is usually defined in line with indeterminism. From the quantum measurement problem to Bell's theorem, and more recently the Conway-Kochen free will theorem, the crucial issue of whether the experimenter's choices are free or not plays a fundamental role in quantum theory. For instance, physicist John Bell, when he formulated his famous theorem about 50 years ago, arguably one of the most important scientific theorems of all time, he made the free choice of the experimenter one of the axioms of his theorem. He considered the experimenter's choice to be completely free when that choice could only be correlated to variables in its causal future, but not its causal past. In his own words, here is Bell's criterion for a variable to be free. For me, this means that the values of such variables have implications only in their future light cones. Note that this is actually a very strong statement, as in the case of a human being, it means that no information accessible to the experimenter related to his own past cone can be assumed to have a causal influence on his present choice. So what does Bell's theorem state, and why is it so important? Bell's theorem states that no local realistic explanation of quantum mechanical predictions is possible in which the experimenter has a freedom to choose between different measurement settings. John Bell proved mathematically that certain quantum correlations, unlike all other known correlations in the universe, violate realism, locality, or freedom of choice. For experiments on pairs of entangled particles, Bell realized that quantum theory predicted a kind of correlation between the outcomes in two well-separated laboratories, which seemed to be profoundly mysterious. The philosophical implications of Bell's theorem are astonishing. Either one must abandon the view that reality exists prior to and independently of observations, abandon our everyday notions of space-time and causality, or abandon the experimenter's freedom of choice. To give you an idea of what Bell's theorem and Bell's inequalities are all about, imagine you have two experimenters who are space-like separated, which in this context, it essentially means that their laboratories are separated by such a distance that no information can travel from one to the other within a pre-stipulated period of time without moving faster than the speed of light. Each of the experimenters is assumed to be free to choose at the last moment what question they are going to ask nature. For simplicity, let's say they are free to choose what kind of experiment or measurement they are going to do, this one or that one. Quantum theory had already predicted the counterintuitive result that the outcome appearing in one laboratory would actually be interconnected with a choice made at the last moment by the experimenter in the other laboratory. In other words, the choice of what to measure in one laboratory was predicted to instantaneously influence the outcome for later measurements in the other laboratory, which could in principle be located very far away, at another galaxy for instance. This prediction seemed absolutely crazy, because there was no time for the information to travel through space-time from one region to the other according to the known laws of physics. So how would the outcome of one experiment in one region possibly be correlated to such a high degree with a choice made in the other region by the other experimenter? This is what is called a violation of the principle of locality, where the assumption that causal influences can only occur locally is violated. related. Causality is at the core of what Bell's theorem is all about, although it must be said that one can dispute that this kind of interconnectedness between events would be called causal at all, as it seems to occur entirely outside our space-time, therefore rendering our traditional concept of causality completely meaningless. Physicist Nicholas Gisin and his colleagues performed experiments in 2008 showing that if these spooky influences were to be conceived as some sort of hidden type of communication between particles taking place in space-time, then they must be traveling at a minimum of 100,000 times the speed of light. But this hidden type of communication is ruled out by most physicists, including Gisin himself. He concludes that there is no spooky action at a distance as such, because the notions of spatial distance or time ordering become meaningless here. He thinks that the dimensions of reality we seem to live in, space-time, cannot possibly contain the explanation for this fundamental type of influence or interconnection. There is no story in space-time that tells us how the correlations happen, he says. There must exist some reality outside of space-time. For all intents and purposes, we usually talk about this type of interconnection as instantaneous influences, since there is no way for us to explain them in terms of causation taking place within space-time. Einstein's theory of relativity does not allow for information to travel faster than the speed of light within the fabric of space-time. So we can either talk about influences that occur outside space-time, that transcend space-time, or alternatively, we can talk about a type of interconnectedness in nature which reveals the fact that space-time is not fundamental, but emerges from a deeper reality where non-separability is the norm, where everything is one, space ceases to exist, and causal order and linearity in time, the way we classically understand them, are not fundamental either. Numerous experiments have been performed over the years since Bell formulated his original theorem, and always, without failure, quantum theory has been proven right. The results of all experimental tests of Bell's inequalities performed to date indicate that, since the equalities are violated, we need to completely let go of one or more of the assumptions in Bell's theorem: locality, realism, or freedom of choice. Violation of local realism indicates that we need to let go of what physicists call local hidden variable theories, which are theories that some physicists think could explain reality better than quantum mechanics, theories that would still cling onto our classical assumptions of locality or realism. On the other hand, if the freedom of choice axiom was a culprit, then this would mean that we need to let go of our idea of free will and instead view nature as a super-deterministic machine. Letting go of realism means we need to abandon the idea that physical reality exists prior to and independently of our observation, while letting go of locality means that we need to get used to the fact that somehow nature seems to display a fundamental level of interconnectedness, a kind of non-local sharing of information that utterly defies our everyday notions of causality, space and time. While non-locality and non-realism correspond to well-developed interpretations of quantum mechanics, non-freedom of choice is another beast altogether. I think that falsifying either free will or absolute determinism on scientific grounds is impossible. Nevertheless, closing the existing loopholes would drastically reduce the likelihood that we live in such a super-deterministic world.
What? Hold on.
Means we need to abandon the idea that physical reality exists prior to and independently of our observation, while letting go of locality means that we need to get used to the fact that somehow nature seems to display a fundamental level of interconnectedness, a kind of non-local sharing of information that utterly defies our everyday notions of causality, space and time. While non-locality and non-realism correspond to well-developed interpretations of quantum mechanics, non-freedom of choice is another beast altogether. I think that falsifying either free will or absolute determinism on scientific grounds is impossible. Nevertheless, closing the existing loopholes would drastically reduce the likelihood that we live in such a super-deterministic world.
Wait, so isn't she saying then that this whole video is pointless, that she can't falsify either one on pure science or whatever, so there's no... So this isn't really speaking to the free will meme at all.
Notice that the important aspect about Bell's theorem, which is relevant to our discussion about free will, is that for us to be able to make sense of the results we obtained from our quantum mechanics experiments, it is absolutely necessary to be able to speak meaningfully of what the result of our experiments would have been had different choices been made by the experimenters. However, in an absolutely deterministic world, where every single event is set in stone from the moment of the Big Bang, even the questions the experimenters ask must be predetermined by the laws of physics, and we can no longer speak meaningfully about the possibility of having different outcomes, since no matter what choice we make, this choice, as well as the outcome, would be uniquely predetermined beforehand. It is clear that, in such a scenario, not only our humanity, but also the validity of all of science comes into question. In Bell's own words, suppose the world is super-deterministic, with not just inanimate nature running on behind-the-scenes clockwork, but with our behavior, including our belief that we are free to choose to do an experiment rather than another, absolutely predetermined, including the decision by the experimenter to carry out one set of measurements rather than another. Then there is no need for faster-than-light signal to tell particle A what measurement has been carried out on particle B, because the universe, fact, incorrect. Confused or horrified yet? Physicist Anton Zeilinger couldn't describe the situation better. He states, "We always implicitly assume the freedom of the experimentalist. This fundamental assumption is essential to doing science. If this were not true, then I suggest it would make no sense at all to ask nature questions in an experiment, since then nature could determine what our questions are, and that could guide our questions such that we arrive at a false picture of nature." Anton Zeilinger is a distinguished quantum physicist who has pioneered, whereas the violator need to question whether the moon is actually there in the absence of observation. What this means is that the experimental confirmation of the violation of Bell's inequalities, together with the experimental confirmation of the violation of Leggett and Leggett-Dark inequalities, seems to indicate that we need to completely abandon both locality and realism.
Let it bite for a while, what's on it will
and
change?
If we are not happy with that,
Oh, I
because
didn't know
we're safer
that.
clinging onto our 19th century classical notions of reality, which are more in line with a local realistic picture of nature, we are then left with no other option than to completely deny our freedom of choice and the idea of agency, so that we can model nature as a conspiring super-deterministic machine, where we are simple observers rather than participants in some sort of twisted, convoluted cosmic puppet show. Most physicists seem to agree that the conspiring super-deterministic universe model is a little bit ridiculous, as computer scientist Scott Aronson puts it, invoking conspirational correlations among all the brains, measuring instruments and subatomic particles in the universe to make it look like quantum mechanics is true is vastly stranger than the thing it's supposedly trying to explain. He points out that there is little difference between invoking something like that and invoking a superhuman deity. I think he does make quite a valid point. So, tell me, what do you think needs to go? Realism, locality, both realism and locality, or free will? What worldview do you choose?
That was an impressive waste of time. Oh. Fuck. Where is this fucking fish? Oh my god, it's past 5 a.m. I think I missed it. Destiny, you didn't learn anything? What? I mean, I don't think she said anything that we don't already know. Where's Gigi? Where's Gigi? Can you summarize in a few statements how she got us to the point where humans are capable of making choices in a where we could have made another choice, where we have free will to make choices? Can you? Wait, there's a fish made out of gemstones. Oh wait, never mind. It's the same one. Did I just get the same quest, or is it because I didn't beat it the last day? Or did I just get lucky? Fuck! Jordan Peterson debate on religion? Why? Isn't that video like 2 hours long or some shit? I need more bait, fuck. She wasn't trying to definitively prove it. I think you're being a bit obtuse. Do you know what we're talking about? What's... So here are two things, Steven. If you start an infinite amount of time from the Big Bang, the quantum physics nature of things will make it so that we won't get the same result. Yes, but you can't influence choices over the probabilistic nature of the results. If you believe that the results are probabilistic and not predetermined, you have no way to exert influence over which choice is made. That's all I'm saying. So her video doesn't get you anywhere closer to free will than anything does. Whether you believe whether you believe that things are probabilistic or not, nothing in her video gets you to the idea that humans can exert influence over the choices you make. Okay, alright, let me know when you're done typing your shit out.
If someone believes a particular idea is true, but acts as if that thing is not, would you agree that that person is irrational or hypocritical? Also, what evidence could ever be presented to prove or disprove free will? The discussion is irrelevant.
She wasn't wrong on anything I heard. Her main point was that if you want your theory of humanity to be compatible with Bell's inequality to still be physically reasonable, you need free will. This is in fact possible, answering what questions like these, but is by no means the only one. I just don't understand how, if things are probabilistic, Coag, I don't understand how, where's the argument that humans can exert influence over those probabilities? Like, that's the question, right? That if you want to get to free will, it seems like that's what you need to somehow, you have to make that assertion and justify it somehow, no? We have to agree on what exert influence means in the first place. Sure, whatever you want it to mean. Let's say that I go out to the bar and I'm gonna have a drink, okay? Let's say that I could have a drink, or maybe I won't have a drink. Let's say that there is some quantum randomness that influences the electrical patterns in my brain, and there's a 50-50 probability that I could have a drink or couldn't have a drink. How am I, as a human, able to exert influence, meaning able to influence the outcome, meaning I'm able to perform some action that will make some outcome more likely than another outcome, right? How am I able to, do I need to break that down more? How am I able to influence those quantum events so that I can say that I truly have made this decision and it wasn't decided by some external thing for me? Nothing in her video got us anywhere closer to that at all, whatsoever. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, maybe Sparrowhawks. They made some drastic changes to PUBG. What do they change? You're getting a massive penalty? It still seems pretty easy to catch fish in here. I don't know, I feel like I've done it before pretty easily.
Good morning.
Okay, let's combine these. Do I smoke weed? Nope. Somebody summarize, like, what big changes do they make to PUBG? I guess Ryman said it, but wouldn't that mean that every single physical object in the universe then has free will? Like what is that? What is the decision-making process of your quote-unquote free will there then, right? You would have to contend that every single other object has free will as well, right? Like every photon has free will, or every rock or tree has free will. I don't know. It just seems like a really weird. But I guess I have to go and visit the wiki on Bell's inequality or something, and maybe that'll maybe I'll be able to grapple with it a little bit better. I don't know. Why can I not pick up this water with my bucket? Wait, where did my buckets go? Oh, wait. SMGs buffed, air damage, spawn chance nerfed. New attachments to every gun. Sniper rifle slows you down. You can choose the map now. Interesting. Alright. Bigger pond to fish out of. Good luck. I don't think this is 300 blocks wide still, but Bill Cosby guilty. Bill Cosby's lawyer falls asleep during testimony. What exactly is he?
I'm a breakfast person.
Shut the fuck up. What exactly is he guilty of again? Spiking drinks? Or was there more? The Jewfish? What? Tackle box. Wait, where is this? What is a tackle box? Oh, equipable. Decreases chance of bait consumption. Okay. The only place to get the living wood chests is going to be inside of living wood trees, right? They won't spawn anywhere else. So, like, there should be one down here. And then there one down there. Are there only 2 trees per world? Oh, good call. Is there only going to be one living wood chest per tree, or can there be multiples? I think it's just one, usually pretty shit items too. Fuck, so I have to world top. I need 6 of these chests for my aesthetic. Listen, triggered. I love you, buddy. Oh, this hasn't even been looted. What the fuck, Kyle? I can't hold any of these fucking items. Do we need multiple living wood wands? Probably not. There's no chance that I can find another living wood chest down here. It's just gonna be one per tree. Am I actually going to the offline TV member house? Yeah, I think so. For like a week or maybe a little bit longer. Sometime in the summer I probably will. Maybe. If I'm not, then Lily lied. So blame her, okay? Why? Why not? To hang out. Fuck. Why'd I go anywhere, dude? Fuck, this doesn't look good. Holy shit. What if we got people to apply to be in the offline GG house, and then when they turn them down, we claim like racial discrimination and take them to court? How sick would that be? We get like white people to apply. They made another, oh, there's like another gamer house too now, isn't there? The fucking Good Friends, or like the Just Friends house or something. I like how they literally named the house after the shipping memes. got gigabit internet? Damn. Well, aren't you cool, Cake?
What's up, SoundCloud?
What's
this
up?
is Kaylani. From first play to first platinum,
Yeah?
find your fans first on SoundCloud. What are you waiting for? Start uploading today.
That's pretty insane that Bill Cosby got found guilty on everything. How do you, So what exactly is he guilty of? So he was found guilty of sexually assaulting a woman 14 years ago. Oof, I don't know how I feel about that. That's... What are you waiting for? For what? What are you waiting for, Destiny? Wait, waiting for what? Whoa, do these not always have underground parts to them? Hey, get the fuck out of here, dude. Oh, what do you, oh, never mind. Wait. What the fuck? There's just no chest here? Part of Cosby's sentencing, are you uncertain about it? Well, just the idea, I guess, that he was found guilty with no hard evidence, right, of something that happened 14 years ago. I'm talking shit, though. Maybe there was actual evidence, I'm not sure. Besides just, like, I guess him talking about it. Three counts. Penetration while unconscious. Like, is that actually, like... I don't know, it just seems crazy. Do you think there should be a cutoff time for historical crimes? No, I'm not talking about a cutoff time. I'm talking about being sentenced for something with no actual, like, hard evidence. Why? Why should you need hard evidence to sentence somebody for a crime? I don't know, I think it's probably a pretty important part of that statute of limitations. I don't know, why do people keep saying that? Is there a statute of limitations on fucking raping someone? I don't know if there is a statute of limitations on that. There might be, I don't know, somebody could look it up, but... I'm pretty sure he admitted to drugging them from the New York Times article. In recent years, Mr. Cosby has admitted to decades of philandering and to giving quaaludes to women as part of an effort to have sex. Yeah, but like, let's say that I'm talking on my stream and I say something like that, like, dude, like I would get women like hammered all the time so that they'd fuck me, right? Let's say I say something like that on stream. Then let's say that 10 years from now, some woman is like, hey, that Destiny guy, he raped me, by the way, because he, you know, and then you go back on my stream, it's like, oh, well, he said that he's done it before on his stream, so like, yeah, he's guilty of that. Like, is that... Oh yeah, and then I've got then there's the bailing rape thing I did like 10 years ago, right? Where I've said I've always wanted to rape someone in real life. So now I've said I've always wanted to rape someone in real life, and then I've said, oh yeah, like I love to get girls drunk when I fuck them. So there it is, like right there. So now some girl comes forward and it's like, hey, like 10 years ago, by the way, Destiny raped me. And somebody's like, well, look at this bailing rape video that we have as evidence. Like, oh, well, fuck, he probably did it. Like... This is a living tree, but there's no living tree chest. What the fuck? Are there only 2 living trees per server? Like 1 at each end, or? Stop trying to defend Cosby. What he did was horrible. I'm not defending Cosby, you fucking retard. I'm talking about the justice system as a whole, right? There's reasons why we have these things in place, and you can't just pick and choose when to apply them, right? That's the whole reason why they exist. I fired off another email 2 days ago, option select, or yesterday morning, I think, actually. We'll see what happens. Why not just make the chest? You can't make the living wood chests. He admitted in his deposition, though, adding weight to our accusation was a revelation that a decade earlier in a deposition in Miss Constance's lawsuit against him, Mr. Cosby had admitted having given women quaaludes in an effort to have sex with them. Yeah, but, like, did he admit to this particular crime? Like, again, like, what if I'm in a deposition for a case and I say, like, yeah, I've tried to get girls, like, really drunk, or I tried to spike a girl's drink or something before, you know? Like, that's not admitting to the crime. If he didn't admit, would it not have been charged then? Can you not plead the fifth in this situation? Well, it's apparently this comes from an earlier deposition, right? You don't like the Cosby thing. How do you feel about Dankula going to jail / getting fined for teaching Saga not to send gas on his YouTube channel? First of all, Dankula is never going to jail for that, and I mean, like, that's like the maximum sentence. Firstly. Secondly, I mean, he did break their laws. I mean, so it seems like they have a right to do what they want. Thirdly, I don't really agree with those laws. I wouldn't want them in the United States, but I mean, it's not my country, so I can't really say. Are you fucking serious? Who the fuck is phone calling me? Hold on.
Noticed you weren't playing League and decided to sub. Good job, my dude.
What is today? Thursday? What the fuck? I think I should have. So the house was listed for $125,000, and apparently it went on the market like this morning, and there's already 4 appointments for it. Should I call the lady and tell her to boost the price of the house up? Can you increase the cost of the house if you already have it listed at a certain price? I'm selling my other house, yeah, because I haven't had anybody living in it like 6 months. It's literally just $1,000 a month just flying out of my fucking pocket, guys. Do you have any idea how much farther ahead I would be on Lords Mobile if I could be putting all that money into this? Holy shit. Oh god, when she started to call me and tell me about the appointments, I thought I was gonna have to go to all of them, which is weird because I don't remember I've never, buying a house before, I've never remember the owners being there. Why'd you buy the house in the first place? Because I was 21. I don't know. Me and Rachel bought a house. What is better, toe heel or heel toe running / walking? I've never heard of heel toe being recommended by anybody. I guess it's possible. If you look at like, if I had to like make a bullshit conjecture guess, like if you look at a foot, like all of your complicated shit does this count as porn on stream? All of your complicated mechanisms for like the way that your foot works is like all located on the front. The fine bones of your toes, the front pads of your feet and everything. Like, I don't understand why you would land on your heel, which is literally just like a big fucking thing. Why would you land on your heel when you could land on something that gives you so much more control? No? Like... Walking is here. Maybe walking is. I don't know. I'm pretty sure when I was running for. I mean, it could be bullshit. It could all be in my head. I felt like, because I did cross country in high school, I felt like if you're running and you're smashing your fucking heel into the ground, I don't know, it just feels rougher on your entire structure, like your whole anatomy, like your knees and everything and all of your up your legs, like running like with your heel smashing into the ground, it feels really shitty. Whereas if you run on the front, like the front pad of your foot, I don't know, it feels like you have, I don't want to say like spring in your step, but it feels like you have more control over like the way your whole body moves just feels a little bit more natural. It's to direct the absorption of the impact to the bigger muscles in your legs. Except that's not what's going to absorb it. It's going to be your joints. Why would your muscles absorb the impact? What do you think about neurotropics? I've never heard anything good about them ever before. I don't know. Derver says he's always been taught heel toe. I don't know.
Bring the rest of their foot down.
Your muscles slow you down as you compress your body. Going downstairs costs energy because you move down slower than gravity would have pulled you down. That's not true. I jump all the way from the top stair all the way to the bottom every single time. And I have a trampoline at the bottom of my walkway. No energy expended. Literally, only the potential energy against the gravity of the earth is expended as I move downstairs. You aren't supposed to run on your toes either. You run on the ball of your foot. Yeah, the front, I call it the pad or whatever. But, or I was calling it the pad. But yeah, like that front, like the part like behind your toes or whatever, I thought is what you're supposed to land on. If you're actually like running forward on your toes, you're probably going to fuck yourself as well. But it's interesting how medieval people walk differently from us. I'm sure the construction of shoes has changed pretty significantly how we move, right? So I got an email from somebody, and she was saying, I don't remember if she has a legal background or not, because I've gotten emails from her before, but I got an email from somebody, and she was saying that Count Dankula's GoFundMe is actually a massive fucking scam. She was saying that it is literally impossible for, one, a legal precedent won't be set in this case, and it's specifically said in the court ruling itself that a legal precedent won't be set, and then two, she said that there's no possible way that any law will be reconsidered or anything regarding this case because laws are decided by Parliament, and everything that he's raising that GoFundMe for is a scam. Wait, what? There's no living tree over here at all? The fuck? Oh yeah, and she was also saying that for him to appeal his case, you can't appeal the law. That's not how appealing works. He would have to appeal the facts of the case. Meaning that he would have to appeal the fact that it was either him in the video or that it was him doing grossly offensive content. Both things that he admitted to in his previous court case. So do you? So esports Batman, do you agree? Do you agree then? Do you think that the whole GoFundMe is a literal scam, right? So if I found one living tree to the west of my starting point there, can I keep going and find another one or no? Maybe you can get Count on so he can explain the appeal to me, the President of the United States. Derver, listen. I don't have time to click your bullshit links, okay? Ooh, this sounds like it would be good YouTube video material. Oh, actually. There is a way to create a map of your map? Oh, you could probably get the seed of the world and then put it into some URL or some web browser bullshit. Not web browser, but there's probably like an online website. An online website? What the fuck? There's probably a website where you can enter the seed of the world and it'll generate like the map for you, huh? You talk about the new ladder system league, something about having a certain rank depending on the position you're plat. I'm plat and 80 carat gold mid. I think it would be sick as fuck. I really like it. So the league community will probably hate it because they're all fucking retarded shitters. Jalen, what are we playing? Wait, why are you home right now? Shouldn't you be in school? People are complaining now because if someone gets autofilled, they won't try to win. Newsflash, people that are autofilled already aren't trying to win because they get autofilled to roles they don't play, positions they don't play, and then they pick champs that they have no fucking games on, and then they feed their fucking lane anyway, and they pray that the other people that actually got filled correctly carry them, okay? Fuck, people that got autofilled fucking ruin games. Let them go do it in a lower elo, okay? Fuck it, that's my stance on it. Fuck that shit.
$35 Chat 35
35 months. That's almost
Let's
10 years.
3, 2,
this is about as long as I've been
Abathur.
streaming. That's awesome, dude. Do you have the multiple year badges out? Yeah. Oh wait, are there more like, did they release more badges? I think I only put out the 4 or 5. It would make my other roles more enjoyable to me too. If I get autofilled to jungle, I don't care if I'm in like, if I get like in gold or plat, that's fine. Then I get to play an appropriate elo for it too. It makes learning roles, I can actually learn them in rank instead of having to play flex. Like, Jesus. Who is your longest continuous subscriber? I'm not sure. The fuck? What about all the games where multi-rollers can play at peak performance? Then that's fine. Then their off-row elo will level up to whatever their normal elo is. That's fine if they can do it. Are there only 2 living trees, like per world or some shit? They're random. Is ELO a good system to determine player skill? Yeah, sure. ELO or MMR or whatever. ELO technically is referring to a rating system made for chess. I don't know if other systems, or it refers to a specific system. Did you buy into the Kanye isn't actually broke? He was just asking Mark Zuckerberg for money on Twitter to look crazy? No, Kanye is not that smart. No. Kanye is very eccentric. Probably has some like social personality disorder kind of stuff. Like it's pretty obvious from the way that he's acted for a long time. This stuff isn't new. It's just Kanye's a pretty special dude. Pyramid? Is there something special inside pyramids? Why did you never mention before that he is mentally unstable then? Wait, what? I've said that constantly. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Y'all want to go to Africa? I'm standing up and I'm telling you, I am Warhol. I am the #1 most impactful artist of our generation. I am Shakespeare in the flesh. Walt Disney, Nike, Google. Now, who's going to be the Medici family and stand up and let me create more? Or do you want to marginalize me till I'm out of my moment?
Or why don't you empower yourself and don't need them and do it yourself?
How, Sway?
Take a few steps back.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway.
Kanye.
I've been doing this more than you.
Doing what
You ain't got.
Come on, chill out.
You
bro.
ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers.
I'm asking you.
You
a
ain't been doing the education,
bro.
You ain't been doing the education.
Calm down.
You don't have the answers though.
Calm down.
Because you trying to give me advice about something. You ain't got the answer. You ain't spent $13 million of your own money trying to empower yourself.
Yes, but I spent hundreds of thousands and putting out clothing lines at a smaller degree. All I'm asking you,
it ain't no Ralph though. It ain't Ralph level.
Let me ask you this. I'm asking
What's the name of your clothing line? We don't know.
Kanye,
you know what I'm saying?
Because I lost money, but that's not
exactly. And I could lose money on a higher level too.
And that's
don't
what
think
I'm
just
asking
because don't think because I got the most or the least money.
Let me finish my question, dog.
Man, man.
Let me hear the question,
you don't have
man.
the answers.
I'm asking you for the answer. It's a question. Why is it that you can't? You have money.
I just told you I lost the money because I did not have the knowledge of how to do it the right way.
So you don't have the money to do it. That's your answer. You ain't got to turn up, man. This ain't no fucking show, man. I'm talking to you as a homie.
It ain't no homie, man, because the thing is, the bottom line is,
man, everybody, you ain't got to turn up like you ain't got to. No, hold up. You
ain't no hold up.
Listen, bro.
Ain't no hold up.
It ain't got to be no hold up. I'm asking you a question.
Ain't no hold up.
I'm asking you a question.
Ain't no hold up.
What do you mean it ain't no hold up, man? We here talking as civilized people. I'm trying to understand your world because when I go to your concert, I'm curious about what you're saying. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you the questions.
Well, I'm explaining to you what it is.
Okay, but you ain't got to turn up on me man to man, dog. Fuck these mics. We could turn all this shit off. You ain't got to do this. It's cool. I love you, bro. But you ain't got to turn up. Don't try to embarrass us.
I'm not trying to embarrass y'all. What I'm trying to say to y'all is this industry of what I'm trying to get into, ain't nobody never broke down. Ain't nobody broke down. We all slaves. So I ain't trying to disrespect you on your show. We all slaves or something.
Ain't about my show, yeah.
I ain't trying to disrespect you, period. Let me talk if you gonna have me talk. We all slaves. We all slaves. And y'all ain't experienced nothing right here but a moment from a movie out of glory. Back in the days, the slaves had enough money they could buy their own freedom. We all say we slaves to Nike, we slaves to Benz, we slaves to public perception, we slaves to not looking, you know, what somebody gonna say after the interview. Why you let Kanye do that? You should have checked him.
I don't give a
I love you, man. I'm sorry. I love you, man. I'm sorry, okay?
That's fine.
But look at this. This is exactly what happened at the French Revolution. This is exactly what happened. I'm sure there's some arguments with Harry Tubman and other people talking about, let's go this way, let's go that way. But what I'm trying to say is, I sat in Paris and met with these people. I invested my own money and lost money. I made T-shirts that made money. I made music that made money. But at the end of the day, Lucy and Grange still cut my music checks. As powerful as my voice is, Lucien still runs 50% of the music industry.
Okay.
Francois Pinault owns Balenciaga, Puma, Saint Laurent, Stella McCartney. Francois Arnault owns Louis Vuitton, Celine, Givenchy. Renzo Rosso owns Margiela, Diesel, Marni, Victor and Rolf. These guys got factories. These guys have factories. They run that. The thing that compresses me is time versus money. Integrity, money, and relevance. Because as I work on clothing more, I'm not rapping as much. So I'm not in the middle of that future mix because I didn't do that feature. I'm not rapping as much. I'm not having as much finances. I'm losing relevancy. The relevancy is part of my power that allows my brand to be big. That's what
Where's the one where the guy asks him why is it in the same interview where he starts talking about why he's selling $100 t-shirts? I want to say it was in that interview somewhere, but the whole thing is like, isn't it like 45 minutes or some shit? Oh God. What do you think of the Kanye tweets on Trump? Listen, it's not that hard. There's not like a huge mystery here, okay? Trump likes people that says nice things about him. That's as easy as Trump is to figure out, okay? Kanye likes people that say nice things about him. That's as easy as Kanye is to figure out. Trump has like personally tweeted, and I didn't even talk to Kanye West about shit. Didn't Kanye meet Trump in like Trump Tower or some shit? So Kanye loves Trump because Trump gives him the time of day. And Trump loves Kanye because Kanye says nice things. If you say nice things about Trump, he'll love you. Trump will do anything for like positive media play. That's all there is. That's all there is about it. There's nothing more complicated than that, or nothing more difficult to figure out than that. That's it. Oh shit, I found new YouTube shit for us to listen to. The crazy experimental music. Oh God, why do I watch this?
Decades back.
You ever hear of PragerU? I watched some of these videos last night. What a mistake. Don't ever. Oh God, don't ever watch any of that shit. Stockhausen. Have we heard, anybody hear of this guy before? How many viewers will I lose if we play this whole album? Wait, I watch their videos all the time. Are they incorrect? The PragerU shit is some of the most like propaganda autism, or I don't even want to say autism. Like, it's no, what? Those videos are fucking horrible. No! Stop! No, I didn't mean to do that. Plug it. No! Come back. Do you think Trump's need for positive praise is worrisome when it comes to foreign policy? Yeah, of course. It's fucking horrible. I just lost so much fucking water. God damn it. There are people listening to this right now that are waiting for this song to take off, and it's just... No! Oh no, wait, that's okay. Oh shit, you're right, I am in, that's an ice biome. Oh, and then this is the, oh, so this is the sick as fuck, I can have both memes, right? How do you feel about the Trumples saying the deep state is after Trump? It doesn't. Nothing that people say about the deep state is about as real as like us faking the moon landing or some shit. Like it's just really, really, really stupid. Here's like the question to ask like all the Trumples. If the deep state is real, why the fuck did Hillary lose the election? Like, please give me an answer to that. Caught in glowing mushroom fields. Doesn't your mom say something like the power of democracy won't let rigged elections happen? Well, my mom said they tried and they failed, was her excuse. Could you turn it down a little? No. I love this album. You guys made me listen to Death Grips, so... Stossel did a piece on arming teachers. Want to see it? I don't even have to see it. Guarantee you, Stossel says that every teacher should be armed because Stossel is a hardcore libertarian. I used to love this guy growing up when I was a libertarian, but unfortunately I got...
School shooting in South Florida.
Here we go, boys.
17 people shot
Will he take a different position? Let's see.
to death.
What can be done about school shootings? Some say kids will be safer if some teachers carry guns. President Trump said that.
We need to let people know, you come into our schools, you're going to be dead.
Trump was mocked for suggesting teachers have guns.
Arm a teacher is completely insane.
It's a terrible idea.
A terrible idea. But Trump's critics probably don't even know that many teachers have brought guns to school for years. In Texas, teachers carry in about 200 schools. This high school advertises that.
I can see that sign out on the highway. Boy, it's a great, man.
Parents we interviewed here like the policy.
It's a good idea.
I think we need it. It makes me feel safer.
I love the King gun policy.
Superintendent Ricky Stevens created it, saying if there's trouble, teachers want to go defend the kids.
We know our staff and our teachers are going to go. Do we want them to go with a pencil or go with a pistol?
Everybody's against it.
This Florida student says teachers carrying guns is a terrible idea.
You're asking a teacher to fight an assault rifle with a handgun. That seems like a pretty unfair fight to me.
The teachers
give
have
them assault
handguns
rifles
against somebody with a big gun. That's not much.
It's not much, but it's better
than nothing.
If you go there with nothing, you have no chance of stopping anything.
The police come. They see your teacher with a gun. How do you keep them from shooting her?
We train a lot with our local law enforcement. So that helps us because we want them to at least know we're there and at least recognize us. If they happen to get shot while they're stopping a tragedy, all of our guardians have said, you know, that's just the price of being a guardian.
His teachers saw how during the Florida school shooting, the security guards waited outside.
It made me mad.
It's a reason she's glad she can carry her gun at school.
You have to have a fighting chance if something should happen at our school.
We hid her identity because she and the school don't want a potential attacker to know which teachers are armed.
Are you carrying now?
Of course.
Many people say armed teachers create new dangers.
Teacher accidentally fired a gun in his classroom.
At this California school, a teacher mistakenly shot at the ceiling. One student was slightly hurt by falling debris. But that's the only incident we could find where a student was injured.
Took a rifle to
On the other hand, armed teachers have stopped school shootings.
16-year-old Luke Woodham has been arrested.
When this student killed two classmates, an assistant principal with a gun held the killer at gunpoint until police arrived. We don't know how often armed teachers deter shootings. The media can't cover crimes that never happened. The media also distort what President Trump proposed.
Donald Trump said teachers should have guns. Teachers should not be required to protect and serve and to teach.
Required? No teacher's required to carry. It's voluntary. Those who want to bring their guns to school can. Here's another distortion.
I don't like the way that he sets it up. Hold on. Whew, 3 more people called to look at the house. We have to raise the price, guys. We're selling it for over $1 million. What if it's because it was my house? What if it's like because I'm a celebrity? Everybody in Omaha wants a piece of this house. It's like a piece of history, you know?
We do not support the idea of arming teachers.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Teachers should not be required to protect and serve and to...
So, I would have to be fair to both sides, I would have to argue with her, what does she mean by required to protect and serve? Like, under the law? Now, I I would say that's probably not what she means. She probably means it in like a philosophical sense or an ethical sense. Now, maybe I'm reading too charitably into her because I agree with her or whatever, maybe. But like the issue, when you say required to protect and serve, this is what I'm talking about, okay? Let's say that you have it so that 5 teachers in a school are armed when a school shooting happens. But let's say that you've got 5 teachers that are armed in a school and a school shooting happens. Now, let's say there's no law that they have to protect the kids, right? They don't have to. They're not required legally, like Stossel is about to say. However, how will it play out in the media if a shooting happens and there are 5 armed teachers and they choose not to go out and do something? Do you think that everybody's going to be understanding of the teachers and say like, well, sure, we understand that the teacher wouldn't want to risk their life to do that? Or are people going to be pissed off like motherfuckers and say, the teacher was armed, they could have prevented children from dying, why the fuck are they hiding in their classrooms like cowards? They need to go out and do something. What's actually going to happen there, you know? I feel like teachers are going to have like a social requirement to actually get out and do something, even if they're not required by law, because people are going to see them as responsible authority figures because they have firearms in those cases, you know?
Teach.
Required? No teacher's required to carry. It's voluntary. Those who want to bring their guns to school can. Here's another distortion.
I really do not support the idea of arming teachers.
Arming teachers. Arming teachers? A new federal program? That's not what the president proposed. Lots of teachers already have guns. All a school has to do is allow some to bring their guns to school.
Okay. So is the proposal then that only teachers with 1, a firearm, and 2, a concealed carry permit, those are going to be the only teachers that are going to be allowed in school? First, that's the first thing, okay? Secondly, we're not going to provide any additional training? Do you think that conventional firearms ownership or a conventional concealed carry weapons permit is going to confer all the training required for a teacher to have a firearm in a very high-risk area, right? Because you've got tons of kids that could get into your desk, that could fuck with you, blah, blah, blah. And then 2, active combat training that you don't get when you apply for a concealed carry permit or just a normal gun license, right? You don't get any of this types of training when you normally get a gun or you normally get a concealed carry weapons permit. So are we just going to let teachers that have a CCW walk into school with guns? We're not going to get any additional training for them? If that's what you want to say, sure. But I feel like that's not the position most parents would take when it comes to getting teachers armed in classes. But okay.
At the Keene School District, however, Superintendent...
Yeah, like you're talking about pretty specialized training here, like nothing that you're going to get like even in a civilian market, right? This is like police or military training. When you talk about like, you're talking about like urban combat, like in a situation with a lot of potential hostages, like this is really complicated shit.
Stevens did create a new government program.
The school purchases a gun, and then we give them and register them to our teachers.
That way, he says, he can make sure all teachers have training on the same type of gun.
Okay, but funding our schools is already a huge issue in the United States. We're going to start a whole other program? Because earlier you said, Stossel, that we didn't need to start a new federal program, or maybe it's different for you because it's a state program. It's all paid for with taxpayer money. I don't know if a state program is better to you than a federal one. Maybe as a libertarian, you're okay giving more power to the states than the federal government because that's where you draw the line. But like, that's still money that's being taken from taxpayers that's not being put towards what we currently need education to be funded as, and then putting it towards guns instead. Like, I don't know. What am I looking for? Oh, I need more bait. Fuck. What do you think about including a huge write-offs for teachers that are willing to CCW in the schools as ways to appease these idiots and give teachers something? Again, you're talking about funding. You're talking about funding a program for a school that's not even related really to education. I don't know. That just seems like we have so much trouble right now funding schools. It just seems like a crazy whole new place to put money towards. Whoa, why is the dirt wall broken back there? Ooh. Should it be right for teachers to make that decision about whether or not they want more funding to go towards firearm training and firearms for teachers rather than educational purposes? Should teachers make that decision? No, fuck that. That's our decision as citizens, right? We have it's our tax money, it's our education for our children, sure. Now, teacher input is like really important, right? Teachers might have more input or more insight into a situation and could definitely advocate for or lobby for something related to that, sure. But at the end of the day, it's public education, right? Decided for by the public. Are you fucking kidding?
Finally, as we ponder the best way to keep students safe, we should address the scariest myth.
The epidemic of shootings. Epidemic of school shootings.
Despite what the media say, there is no epidemic of school shootings. No sharp increase. School shootings kill far fewer kids than driving, suicide, drowning, even suffocating. Why now? School shootings are not in a big uptick.
Exactly right. But we prepare for them because if even one shooting happens, it's more than we would want.
You're 10 times as likely to die suffocating.
Right.
I mean, you can't protect against all these things.
No, but we do train our kids in school how to not suffocate and how not to drown.
Certainly, Stephen's armed teacher program is cheaper than what my town does. New York City spends hundreds of millions of dollars stationing police officers in and around schools. Of course, here and in most blue states, suggesting that some teachers carry weapons horrifies people.
They don't understand that a responsible, trained teacher with a firearm is better than having a teacher with nothing. Texas will definitely probably be leading the way when it comes to protecting our kids with weapons, and that New York would choose to go a radically different way.
I'm glad that we live in a country where the local people can decide what goes on in their school district and not a bunch of people in New York City.
It's good that
This is
America
everything wrong with our country right now. Fuck me, dude. I'm glad we can take it back from the big old government. We can make our decisions about what's right for our people, and damn the science and damn the data. We need to do what we feel is right.
has 50 states. That allows experiments. Teachers in New York City may fear guns, but teachers in Texas can serve and protect.
How do you feel about the opinion that parents know what's ultimately best for their children over experts, like the Alfie Evans case? No, that's fucking retarded, dude. Every fucking parent feels like they know some extra special shit that nobody does. Like, fucking newsflash. Even cockroaches have kids, all right? You're not fucking special because you managed to spawn a fucking child. Literally anybody can do it, unless you're infertile, in which case, I'm sorry for being insensitive. But, the Alfie shit is really sad. In the UK, that kid is fucked, dude. For me personally, I don't know if I confer any moral consideration on the kid because it's literally fucking brain dead. But like, yeah, those parents are fucking crazy. And all the skepto retards that are trying to use that as an example of like government taking choices away from parents or some shit, that kid, I mean, like if you were the type of person that feels like patient rights and whatnot are like an important thing, like that kid needs to die. Like you just let him, put him in a hospital, ease his passing or whatever. And like, I don't even know if like the thing, if, did I throw away some bait? Is like even cognizant of like what's going on anymore. Oh, that was quick. This is the quest fish? Yeah. Wait, area volume doesn't go up and doesn't count areas besides the surface. If there's a wall, it doesn't count the area below that wall. Oh shit, wait, what? Am I... Where the fuck am I? Is he considered brain dead? If the kid's not considered brain dead, he's like as close. Apprentice bait angler hat. Good little slave? What? He's like as close as you can get to it without... Increases fishing level. Okay. Is there a way to turn off like a cosmetic item? Ah, fuck, this looks so ugly. That's why it took you forever to get that quest fish. Oh, okay. What do you mean he's either brain dead or not? So at this point, his brain is deteriorated hardcore. He has like a mitochondrial disorder that's causing his brain to literally like eat itself. Like the kid is totally fucked. He's got like multiple bilateral lesions in his fucking brain. Like the kid is totally fucked. He's totally fucked. There is no chance of him recovering. There's no chance of him getting better. There's no treatment or medicine. Even if they found a way to stabilize his condition right now, he's still fucked. His brain won't regenerate all of the lost brain matter. Like the kid is totally fucked. He's dead. Like the kid is like, the kid is like barely like 2 steps lower than the average Twitch chatter. Okay, he's totally fucked. He's completely fucking dead. Not like he's on like the border, the cusp of being like totally like brain fucked. But the parents are like trying to keep him alive forever, waiting for some fucking miracle to happen. If he's that fucked, he'll die soon, no? No, they're not letting him die because they've got him hooked up to like 50 million machines to try to keep him alive forever. They want to fly him to Italy. So the thing that's going on right now is they want to fly their kid to Italy to try some experimental bullshit treatment or whatever. Would you feel differently about this if it were Nathan? No, if this was my kid, he's already dead. He's already dead. Like it's whatever. It sucks. It would be sad, but no, I'm not gonna try to keep my kid alive on a bunch of weird fucking machines. Like no, that's horrible. It's a horrible, horrible, horrible thing. What link was I gonna click? It had something to do with water. Oh, fishing area volume. Oh, Italy only offered further palliative care. Palliative care? Oh, they took him off life support 3 days ago. Well, then it's all a good rip. The Italy trip isn't even for optional trip. They'll literally just continue keeping him artificially alive with no plans for treatment. Yep. So palliative is like a hospice pretty much. Fishing dimensions. Oh shit, I didn't know this. Okay. I'm running commercials, be careful. Have you tried to quantify how much quality of life loss would cause you to consider pulling the plug on someone? Well, once the brain begins to deteriorate, I think that you're pretty much gone. I'm not sure at what level it would be acceptable. I'm not sure. That's a really hard thing to... It's pronounced palliative. Palliative? Oh god, wait, I had... Oh wait. Silverthorn and Blinkroot. Regardless of the state of his brain, shouldn't the decision be left to the parents? So, if esports Batman's here, someone correct me wrong. So the thing is that no, it's not up to the parents. because the complicated thing that happens here is that somebody has to advocate for the child. That's the problem. Let's say, for instance, some parents wanted to try curing their child by raping it in the ass for like a year, right? Like nobody would say like, well, shouldn't that be up to the parents to do that, right? Or let's say that you wanted to try an experimental treatment that caused a knife to come and stab the kid like in the eye, like every 10 minutes, right? Nobody would be saying, shouldn't it be up to the parents to let them decide? Like nobody would make that argument here. So in this case, the child is being kept alive, like on machines. The brain is totally fucking deteriorated. His condition is only going to get worse. The kid is completely fucked. So somebody has to advocate on behalf of the child, and the state is what's intervening here. The state is essentially saying, hey, this kid is fucking dead. You can't continue to torture it like this. Like, this is a horrible thing. We're going to intervene here and say, like, you can't continue to do this. It's like, right? Somebody has to advocate on behalf of the child, and that's what the state is doing in this. The parents' lawyers literally argued that the child's best interests were irrelevant and that this trip was for the parents. Pretty fucking great. Yeah, well, that's what you have to do, right? Because if the interests of the child are taken into account, the child would have been put down or whatever, or unplugged a long time ago. Yeah. Wait, shouldn't I have more seeds? I don't know. Some doctor now claimed he had been misdiagnosed because he survived 60 hours without life support so far. I mean, they had two different opinions. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, mates. They had like multiple MRIs and shit of the brain done, and he looked pretty fucked. But I don't know if him staying alive off of life support for some time is indicative of a misdiagnosis. Would you change the position if the parents wanted to go to house? Maybe, dude. Do you think that in the future, when the sanctity of life isn't a cultural weight, concepts like euthanasia, suicide, and abortion will be less fought, like how atheism is slowly becoming today? Maybe. Similar case to be having advocacy for a child who is pregnant where the parents are in contention with the child's wishes regarding whether or not they get to have an abortion. Here the court would have to consider the best interest of the child, and they would normally have their own rep. Sure. The problem with having some level of brain function for a known disease with a child is that the clinical trial could come out tomorrow for the drug that will eventually cure or reverse it. Yeah, but that's the problem. There is brain damage. We're not reversing brain damage unless there is a breakthrough in modern medicine that would be the equivalent of like a breakthrough that lets us like literally get into wormholes and travel across the universe. There is no known way to reverse like brain damage. Like if that shit is dead, it's just gone. There's nothing to regenerate. It can't come back. Wait, what?
What?
But Destiny, if being completely brain dead meant that they could put you down, why didn't they kill Count Dankula? Peppy.
Nice man.
No! No! I don't like seeing this. I'm tilted.
Did you go to the gym on your time off?
Yeah,
Oh,
mate.
Miguel.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I did go to the gym. What is this, dude? How have I lost? Wait, what? So, wait a second. Wait a second. Let me ask you guys a question. Is this real? No, it can't be. I fail to accept it. I will switch off my stream right fucking now if this is real. I will switch this bitch off.
So what probably happened is Twitch probably cleared out a bunch of bot accounts or old and idle accounts. And so I'm guessing that if you search anybody's Social Blade or Twinge or whatever, probably a lot of people lost followers recently. That's my guess. Look up yours? Yeah, you go look up mine. I'm sure it probably happened to mine too. If he lost 50,000 followers, I'm sure that everybody probably lost a ton. No one else lost followers? Really? Well, how long ago did this happen? I don't know. There are many neurological conditions that upon treatment see restoration of brain cells and function, not... People freeze themselves for that reason? Nobody is frozen in any way. Never mind. Okay. Sure thing, buddy. Don't I have one more jungle? Yeah. Oh, I want video of this. Diamond and Suck reject claims that Facebook is not a public utility because it went public in 2012. Do you know Microsoft actually filed DMCA notices over the Halo mod, or was that Twitch just taking action independently and treating it? My uneducated guess there is that it would have been it would have had to have been Microsoft, which seems strange, but
Facebook, along with
Oh,
other
shit.
social media sites, have taken aggressive actions to silence conservative voices such as ourselves by deliberately restricting and weaponizing our page with algorithms that censor and suppress our free speech. These biased algorithms are tactics designed to pick up on keywords, thus telling the pages how to behave in ways that repress and stifle express ideas, including shadow banding, which block our content from being seen by our followers while depriving our brand through the demonetization of our videos. Followers stopped receiving notification when we posted videos and content. Followers was also mysteriously unliked from our page.
You're listening to The Alex Jones Show right here on the InfoWars Network. Thank you so much for joining us.
Users' account.
It's a non.
I just want to hear them. I don't want to hear
Social
you.
media sites have taken aggressive actions to silence conservative voices such as ourselves by deliberately restricting and weaponizing our page with algorithms that censor and suppress our free speech. These biased algorithms are tactics designed to pick up on keywords, thus telling the pages how to behave in ways that repress and stifle express ideas, including shadow banding, which block our content for being seen by our followers while depriving our brand through the demonetization of our videos. Followers stopped receiving notification when we posted videos and content. Followers was also mysteriously unliked from our page. Subtle and slowly, Facebook used one mechanism at a time to diminish our reach by restricting our page so that our 1.2 million followers would not see our content, thus silencing our conservative voices. When we reached out to Facebook for an explanation, they gave us the runaround. Mark Zuckerberg testified before Congress and stated that the most important thing he cared about was making sure no one interferes in the 2018
Wait, is this not
elections.
Deathweed?
But after doing our research, we wondered if Mark Zuckerberg was using Facebook to interfere in the 2018 elections by labeling users' accounts as either liberal, very liberal, moderate, conservative.
Well, he admitted he was for the Democrats. That's in the WikiLeaks. Keep going.
Conservative. So, if I'm labeled as very liberal without the option
Deathweed
to
that's ready to harvest will
update
glow.
and correct the settings, then algorithms are already put in place which allows advertisers
Yeah, pause.
that have liberal.
They label you just like the Nazis putting stars on Jews and pink triangles on gays.
Yeah.
This is super dangerous, but they know that. You can search engine WikiLeaks, where Obama and Hillary go, we own Facebook. We own Twitter. Guys, gals, pull up the headline just 2 weeks ago. CEO of Twitter says we're going to have a revolution against conservatives and crush them. I mean, they're like declaring the war, and then conservatives are like, we think maybe they're doing this to us. Keep going. With diamonds and silk. Or diamond and silk.
Then algorithms are already put in place which allows advertisers that have liberal views, services, and causes to target me. And you can see the graph on the screen. And it shows clearly that our personal accounts have been already labeled. Diamond and Silk personal Facebook page has been labeled by Facebook as very liberal. Even though we are not very liberal, Facebook do not give us the option to change this label to conservative, making it less likely for us to see advertisement, news stories, and services for a conservative point of view. If Facebook labeled our user accounts as very liberal and got it wrong,
all right, that's good. We're going to come back to more of this. It's live. It's more sophisticated. It's part of the Chinese global system.
Okay. There. Okay, now I should be able to fish this and have this is a good fishing spot. Because all of this is... An emote with you in your starter pack getup? What does that mean? Oh, well, that's it, right? Are you trying to fish in the jungle? Yep. Life preserver. Oh, I'm not using any of this. Whoops. Oh. Can be placed. Oh, that's shit. Do you think the government should enforce vaccinations? Oof. I don't know. That's a really rough one. Maybe. Probably. I don't know. I'd have to think about that a lot. I'm not sure. Would you consider not vaccinating your kid's child abuse? From an ethical point of view, yeah. Or like a moral point of view. Can you make a living wood workbench? Yeah, you can. Can you put a living wood candle on a workbench? Oh, fuck. Please tell me I have an empty bottle somewhere. I'm not gonna have any empty bottles. Vaccination should definitely be enforced because otherwise you fuck up other people that can't get vaccinations because they have a weak immune system. Yeah, but it's just the problem is the state enforcing medical treatment. It gets a little weird. What if, for instance, what if we all still believe that, like, say circumcision confers great benefits against, like, HIV or some shit, right? Do you think that, should the state then be compelled to make it so that all citizens get HIV or get circumcised? Like, would you be comfortable with the state telling you that you had to do that? Or we can invent any other number of hypotheticals. Like, I don't know, I'm just not too comfortable with that. Glass blowing. How do I make, I'm never... Fuck. Circumcision doesn't protect other people, though. That's just you? What? No, of course it would. If you get HIV, you can pass it on to other people. What do you mean? Oh, bottle. Don't a lot of public schools force you to get your kid vaccinated? Yes. Can I put a candle on this table? That would be so sick. It's not gonna let me do it. Oh my god, it will let me do it. Okay, jungle candle. Can I make a jungle bookshelf? I don't think you can. Or a living wood bookshelf, I should say. Awesome. Wait. Oh. Shouldn't be enforced. We already have enforced/required health insurance. I don't think that's constitutional, esports Batman. I would have to read more into how the Supreme Court got that one through. I really don't think that's constitutional. This is supposed to be blink root, right? Like, that still blows my mind that... Deathweed. And then this is supposed to be Silverthorn? I don't know what the fuck you use it for in potions, but... I've seen a lot of old dude dicks in the hospital, and it made me change my mind on circumcision. Uncut dude dick looks really sick and at risk for infection. Sometimes they have ulcers. It feels like extra skin gets in the way as you age. Actually, that's actually a pretty valid point, and I could kind of see that, especially as you get older in age. One of the things that I thought, but I think that like you don't have to do this as, I don't think you have to do this to children though. This is something that you can incorporate later in life. Like for instance, I think that you should probably, I don't know, like the age would probably depend, right? Because different people's skins look different as they get older. But I think that's something like maybe when you hit around 50, we start looking into flaying people, removing all the skin from their body. I remember looking at a lot of old people that have like issues with bed sores and shit. So maybe if we just remove all of the skin from their body, we can avoid those types of those types of infectious things, right? Pressure sores and whatnot. Really, really, really nasty shit. My grandma had this too. They look really gross. So like maybe if you just remove enough parts of the body that are prone to infection, maybe we can get rid of all infection. It's, I don't know. Actually, you know what? Do you have access to low latency Twitch mode that Twitch are baiting? Nope, I wish I did though. It sounds sick as fuck. It would make discussion so much better, dude. Holy shit. I remember when we memed out on Hitbox for like even just like a day. It was so amazing. Or on My Free Cams, I think we did for like a little bit. Music link? There you go. I don't know if that's what it actually is or not, but... Here's the case that the ACA relied on. Can you break it down for me? Can you summarize it? This song is a banger.
got no wings to fly, but this spirit's taking flight. So tonight we'll dance, let's pretend we rule this town. In tomorrow's dawn, I'll be
oh wait, shit, we didn't check for new fish.
long gone, long gone.
Link that again, Dover. If it has to do with like Bill Cosby's sentencing or whatever, fish caught in underground and caverns. Interesting, esports. Just because Bill Cosby could be sentenced to jail. Okay, wait. So for this... Okay, so this block is fucking us. So I need to mine straight down to get the benefits of all this water, right? I need to make sure it's all like uncovered or whatever. Guys, please don't like evaluate whether or not your music is good or bad based on whether or not I like it, okay? Just be chill. Okay. I don't know if Bill Cosby will actually get any jail time. That's still something that's to be determined. Why are you talking about veganism now? You're not open to debating the areas that you might be wrong at? No, I just think it's kind of a boring topic. I don't know. And it gets like really nihilistic like really quickly. There are some fundamental, like, axiomatic things that I very, very, very much defer on with a lot of people, so it makes the conversation not very productive. Like, a lot of people rely on, like, a lot of people will say things like sentience or consciousness are, like, very important parts of, like, beings or whatever, and I don't know if I necessarily even believe that these things exist separate from physical entities or whatever, or that they are worthy of any type of special consideration. Like, I don't know if being conscious is, like, even a thing that I would consider anything, like a unique or special property that makes anything worth considering in any different way. Or things like the reduction in suffering, like, are things that I'm not, like, really concerned with. These are, like, really, really, really fundamental things, and if you disagree on them, Not really much you can talk about. Yeah, we saw this. The accountants found guilty for have 10-year max sentences. If he gets off with no time in jail, then I'd seriously question the court. Well, 10 years max. So like rockfish. Is that what we were looking for? Nope, can't be. Oh no, that's what we're using right now. Fuck this. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Oh yeah. Fuck off. You have to make the distinction between humans and animals, then you have to make sure you apply. But I don't care to make much of a distinction. It's more about things that are able to reciprocate a moral system with me. Because if humans aren't able to do it, then I don't give a fuck about those humans either. I don't consider them morally considerable either. Stop trying to bait the fucking vegan discussion. That's not gonna happen. Why isn't us using the space gun? I think that there's like the bee bow. But other than the V bow, I don't know what's better than the space gun. I just like not having to worry about mana cost or anything. Wait, what did this guy say we're fishing for? Does anybody remember? We're in the right spot, right? Fake news alert. Wait, what was this? Did a fan make this?
This just in. Fake news. Wee woo wee woo. Fake news. Fake news. Wee woo wee woo.
Phoenix Blaster? Eh. Where's the Manlet song?
Yo, you're such a manlet. 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 You're a manlet. You're a manlet. You're such a manlet. You're such a manlet. How are you such a big fucking manlet? Never mind, you're such a small fucking manlet. How does it feel to be closer to hell? You're like a small snail without a shell. Oh my god, you're such a sunken manlet. My mom would crawl to suck your dick. You're such a manlet. Oh my god, you're such a manlet. Can't believe you're such a manlet, 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 manlet. This song's short and so is your height. Your dick can't even get erect. Manlet. Yeah, manlet, 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 manlet. You are such a fucking manlet. Oh yeah, manlet, manlet, manlet. How can you be such a man? Your dick is small and so is your height. You can't even compensate with the Hummer because you're small. Haha. Such a manlet. Yeah. Manlet.
What a great song. Am I fishing for the right thing? Does anybody know where I'm at? I feel like we fished a lot of fish. Who was paying attention? You fucking cucks. There it is.
The reason you haven't felt it is because it doesn't exist.
Apprentice
What you
bait
call love
fishing
was
potions.
invented by guys like me.
What a fucking cuck.
Is that right?
Wait, what is today? Wednesday or Thursday?
Sure about it.
Thursday. What do you even use silver thorns to make, Pedguin? Oh shit, dude, I should be using flower walls too.
Because there isn't one.
I think I realized it until this moment.
Damn, these things sell for a decent chunk of change. Alright, am I done? Oh, wait. Oh, this is why I'm moving so slow. Fuck. There we go.
But it must be hard being a man, too.
You're born alone and you die alone, and this world just drops a bunch of rules on top of you to make you forget those facts, but I never forget. Love was invented by guys like me.
Don't sell armored cave fish, they make good potions? Really? Well, I might be the only person who thinks The Shining is bad. I didn't like it either. But all the older movies are like really slow for me now. I think I'm a child of a new age. Leave room for Fire Blossom. Wait, what is an endurance potion? Reduces damage taken by 10%. Does this stack with the Iron Skin potion? Wait, do we not have an alchemy table? Oh no, there it is over there, right? Whoops, shit. Oh shit, well that's pretty cool. Oh, fuck did you get down here, you little cuck? Lifeform analyzer, I think Kyle needed this, right? I don't know why I get items from him when he never gets items from me. Kyle is fucking greedy as fuck in this game. And he calls me greedy as fuck. I think the reroll guy got moved to the house. Nice. Plus 4 defense, 4 defense, 4 defense. This is plus 3. This is plus 3 damage. But this is really expensive to reroll. 15 fucking gold. Fuck me, dude. Plus 1 defense. Better than nothing. Okay, I'm gonna catch one more fish and then I'm gonna get ready to pick up Nathan from school. Caught in caverns. Demonic hellfish. We have 6 bait left. Is that gonna be enough? Yeah, we'll think. It should be enough. I'll place the alchemy table on my way back, okay? Wait, that's not the fish? Oh, guide voodoo fish. Whatever, same thing. Are you gonna sue the guy that challenged your dancing on YouTube? No, fuck that shit. It's not worth it, dude. Oh yeah, fishing gear. League after you pick up Nathan? If Jalen wants to play, I think. Will they be more emboldened to post absolute lies? Yeah, I guess, I don't know. New donkey video.
I want to know what it was like the moment those reviews start rolling. Tell me what it was like when you were sat there at 5 o'clock when the embargo was up. What was it like?
So we hold the phone, Cody Balrog, off of Street Fighter looking motherfucker. Yeah, you got some tins from a bunch of pussy ass sellout reviewers nobody gives a fuck about, but now it's time for a real guy to play the game. You know, somebody that was strategically selected to not receive the game early because I actually criticize games from time to time. So, are these fucking limp dick critics that don't know shit about video games?
My face when Donkey gives it a 9 out of 10.
Just being stupid again? No, it's actually really good. God of War 4. Wait. There was a God of War. God of War is the first game in the God of War series. You play as the bereaved Kratos, who is a grumpy old guy that has to take his peppy son up a great big mountain. Now, I know what you're thinking. Hey, this is just ripping off The Last of Us. But no, it's actually ripping off Up and Kikujiro and Hunt for the Wilder People. It's a tried and tested dynamic, and it works here to great effect. Kratos is more vulnerable than ever before because he actually has something to lose, and his son, Boy, is constantly seeking his approval. After a very understated opening where you fight a gigantic troll monster, you're launched into one of the most insane boss fights I've ever witnessed. As always, God of War is a ridiculous, over-the-top thrill ride with unmatchable scale and a thunderous, menacing orchestral score drowning.
Okay. Fuck. Okay, can we just catch our fish, please? I have one bait left. Fuck me. I have 0 bait left. You can you catch anything with 0 bait? Or
well,
no?
1 month away from getting access to the Destiny NSFW Snapchat.
Sweats today. Bum 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 bum. Fuck. You were not deep enough to catch the fish? Wait, what? Cavern Underworld? Oh, shit.
I'm sorry, I shit posted too hard. Last bunnies, please take me back, Senpai.
Act 1. Greed and hypocrisy leading to a genocidal world war. Then post-war injustice and hysteria. A boom. A crash.
Like here? This should work?
Totalitarianism. Act 2. Greed and hypocrisy leading to a genocidal world war. Post-war injustice and hysteria. A boom. A crash.
Wait. Cavern Underworld in the forest biome.
Act 3.
Am I still in the forest biome?
A boom. A crash.
Look, under your health bar, the biome is written there.
Totalitarian.
Guide Voodoo. Where is the biome written? I don't think the biome is down here.
Never before has mankind been confronted by the problem of surviving global threat. Total death. The doubting of
Dude,
reality,
stop!
And overall, a well-bred paranoia.
What the fuck? You're not even working right. Is this thing glitched?
And our personal antidotes.
Caverns is not a biome. Fuck off! And stop! Stop talking!
Marking
Stop.
time and making money. Making it. Turning on. Turning off.
High test fishing line. Like high testosterone? Uh-oh.
The facts are potent enough. The facts are potent enough.
Fishing line will never break.
The facts are potent enough. But the death of society, which I will do.
Okay, look at the number under the hearts. It is the last line of stats. It displays your depth and biome. Surface is not a biome, though. No, it's just the type of depth you're in. Look, this doesn't say... Where does it say ice biome? Where? Now we're underground, but that's not the biome. You're right, the other person... I mean, of course I'm right. I just need them to understand that they're wrong. Oh god, I don't have room for an alchemy table in here. Can you always use an alchemy table over the crafting thing? Will it always let you? Or are there some that need like just the crafting bench? Does that make sense, what I just said? What is this? Stop. Always, the alchemy table is always good? Okay. What is it? And the alchemy table just has a chance to not consume ingredients or something, right? Cool. Okay. I think we're doing okay here. How can I tell if this is glowing? Oh, fuck. Okay, no. Never mind. I don't think it is glowing. This could be you. All right, I'll be back in a couple hours. Be safe. For Bruno, cappuccino, puppuccino, cappuccino, 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 frappuccino. Okay. If you get the staff of regrowth, yeah, I just don't have it yet. I don't even remember where you get that at. Oh, jungle shrines. All right, I'll be back later, guys. Rip on.